With the help of React Native, we are going to build a medicine tracker mobile application. This application, we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Hey there and welcome back to Tubuguji channel. In this particular video, we are going to build a full stack React Native based Android and iOS application. Let's walk through the application first. Let's see what we are going to build in this particular course. So if you see, we have this beautiful landing screen, and once you click on the continue, we'll redirect you to the sign in page. Now if you don't have an account, you have option to create a new account. Now with the help of Firebase authentication, we added email and password authentication. Now if you have already account, just log in with the email and password, and once you click login, it will redirect you to the home screen. How cool, right? And we have this beautiful home screen along with the tab navigation. You're gonna learn how can we add this custom tab navigation inside your React Native application. Then at the top we have the header section, the option to add a new medicine, and as well as you will see how can we add this horizontal list as well, where you can able to scroll it. Now most important thing, obviously you can change the date and you can see the medication or medicine for each day which you already scheduled. Now let's see, you want to add a new medicine. Just click on this and you will redirect it to the new screen where you have option to add the medication. Now on this screen you have option to add all the value. Okay, now here you can add the medication name. Let's add this. This is a, for example, this is an injection. You can select the type of the medication, how many dose you want to add. Here you will see the beautiful drop down option as well. Then you will learn how can we add this beautiful calendar selection as well. Cool, right? Now you can select the dates, you can select the end date, and then you have option to select the time on which you want to keep this reminder. Cool, right? Now simply click add new medication, and then you will see this beautiful loading indicator, and once it is saved to our Firebase database, then you will get this alert message as well. Cool, right? Once you okay, you will redirect it to the home screen, and then you will see the new medication is added to your list. How cool, right? Now if you took this medicine, just click on this and you will see all the details, where you will see the two options, whether you took the medicine or you missed the medicine. Once you click taken, then your response will be get saved. Say okay, and you will see the status as well showing as a check mark. If you miss any medication, you will see the status change to this cross. How cool, right? Now obviously after the one or second date you don't have any medication, then you will see this empty state from where you can add the medication as well. Now if I go to this history tab, where you can see all your previous dates and whether you took the medicine or not. And at the last we have this profile section, where you will see all other option and option to log out as well. Also we updated the splash screen. We also generated the APK file, which is completely installable to any Android device. Also we're gonna learn how can you build this application and make the production ready application. So guys, if you are new to the React Native and if you never built any application like this, then this is the best course on the YouTube, and this is the time where you can build the React Native application by learning from this course. So if you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update from me, and don't forget to press like button guys. Share this video with your friends so that they can also learn how to build this iOS and Android mobile application. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this React Native application completely from the scratch. In order to create a React Native application, we are going to use the Expo dev. Expo is one of the best build tool to develop the React Native application. It helps us to develop the application much faster. As a beginner, this is the best tool. Also, you can even deploy your application on App Store or Play Store with the help of Expo. It provides a lot of different React Native features like camera, map, and a lot of others which you can also found in a React Native. Okay, so whatever features you saw in the React Native application, all the features you can implement with the help of this Expo. Guys, again, this is just a build tool, okay? But obviously we are going to build a React Native application only. So first thing you need to do, click on this read docs or click on this documentation, and this is the command line in order to create the React Native Expo application. Just copy this one, then go to the folder where you want to create the project and open a terminal at that folder. If you are using the Windows computer, just open the command prompt on this location, paste the command, and then it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then you need to provide the application name. Here we'll say Medi track. Okay, click enter, and then it will start installing all the dependencies, and it will create a project for you. So we'll wait to complete this project creation, and if you see, our project is now ready. Okay, so just open a VS Code and open a project where you just created this particular project. In my case, this is the project. I will open it. I will say yes, I trust the author to that pop-up, and then on the left hand side you will see all the projects, folders and file get created. Okay, we'll walk through one by one. So very first, which is app folder, which in which we are going to write all our code, like all the pages, routes and everything. Then we have assets folder, which contain the font, images which you want to use locally from your application only. Then this is the component folder. Obviously this is the example which contain all the components. Obviously we are going to developing our application completely from the scratch, so we're gonna remove all of this file. And then the most important, we have this app.json file which contain the name of your application, some configuration related to iOS, Android application, also web application, and the plugin which is currently installed for your application as well. Then we have package.json which contain the name of your application, the version, the script to run your application or to build your application in different environment, and the dependency which is installed for this particular project. Okay, now in order to reset your project, okay, if you see, we have this command called reset. Just type npm run reset project. Okay, so it will reset your project, and then now if you see, we don't have any more the component folder or anything like that, right? We have just simple app folder which contain index.tsx file and then underscore layout.tsx file. Cool, right? Now in order to run your application, just type npx expo start. Okay, so this is the command to run your application, and just click enter. Now it will run your application, and if you see, we have this QR code, and on this portal, on a web portal actually, you can also try to access your application. But in order to run your application on Android or iOS emulator, you must install the Android Studio if you want to run on an Android emulator, or iOS Xcode if you want to run on a iOS emulator. Okay, also you can use the Expo Go application on your actual device from the Play Store or App Store. Install it and then scan this QR code so that you can actually use this application or run this application on your actual device as well. Okay, only thing that you need to be in a same Wi-Fi network. Now right now, with the latest changes, if you see, we have an error. It's saying your macOS system limit does not allow enough watcher for Metro. Install Watchman. Okay, so instead, so right now let's go over here on this particular link, and then we'll install this Watchman. So I'm using macOS, so I will just install this one. So I will say brew install Watchman like this. So it's saying brew is not okay, so I don't have the brew install, And after installing this one, then you can able to run the Expo start command. Okay, also if you are using Windows, just follow this step. I don't think so in Windows you will find any issue. Okay, it will run very smoothly, so don't worry about that one. And then I will again run this npx expo start command, and in this case if you see I don't have any error. Oh, again I found this error again, it came. Okay, let's restart it. So it's saying to restart me again and say allow. So in this case I don't think so I have any error. Perfect. Now in order to run on an Android simulator, I already installed the Android Studio. So I will just open the Android Studio, and inside here let's open this virtual device manager. Okay, if you installed recently, right, make sure to install all the SDK, and then let me close this one. Go to the virtual device manager, and if you don't have any device, make sure to create a new device from here, and once you create it, make sure to run this emulator. Okay, now it will start the emulator into your machine, and in that one you can able to run your application. Now you can close the Android Studio because the emulator is started. So if you see our mobile device is getting started, so we'll wait. In meantime I will just divide this screen. Perfect. Here we'll say allow. Perfect. Okay, now just inside the terminal type A, so which stand for to run on an Android device. So it's saying you need to install the Expo Go latest version. Say yes. So if your Expo Go version is outdated into your emulator, it will install the new Expo Go version. Okay, but if you face any issue while running the emulator, then I am suggest you to run it on your actual device, so you can also test it actual device when you are developing your application. Okay, and now if you see our application is getting built, and in a moment it will run on a device, and boom, if you see our application is now running on a Android emulator. Okay, so currently it's just showing the text called edit app slash index file to edit the screen. Now if I go to this app and index.tsx file, here you will see this text. If I remove this text and save it, you will see now text is gone, and here instead of that one we can write the text component, and inside that we will say subscribe to Tube Guruji YouTube channel. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. As soon as I save this one, you will see it is getting rendered on the device. That's how the hot reload is working, right? You don't need to refresh your application. Okay, obviously in some cases when you install new library, then only you need to reload your application. Otherwise you don't need to do anything, and that's how you can run your application on an emulator or an actual device. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because this is very important to run your application, so that when you are developing it, you can see the output immediately. Now very first thing that we need to add is a tab navigation to our application, where user can move from one screen to other just by scrolling it, right? And if you see on the mockup, we have these three tabs. One is for home, one is for to add a new medicines, okay, and then one is for profile. Obviously later on if you want to change, you can change that one too. And obviously if I select any of this tab, the screen will get update immediately. So the simplest way that you can implement this tab navigation is with the help of Expo router. If you go to this Expo documentation and search for the Expo router, or you can search for the tab navigation. So let me go to this tab section, and then you will find how to implement this tab. And if you see in this picture that how it actually look, okay, but let's implement our own. So simply let me close all of this tab, and I'm going to remove this index.tsx file from here. So I will delete this file, because we want to default our page is a tab navigation. So simply inside the app folder, let's create a new folder called tabs, and make sure the folder name will give you need to write like this only, and inside that we'll create a index.jsx file, which is the default page. Let's add a default template by just typing RNF, which stands for React Native Functional Component, and here we'll say home screen. Let's save this one, and next thing you need to add the add new.jsx. Let's add a default template for this one, and then the last we want to add the profile.jsx. Perfect. Okay, now we added these three pages for these three different tabs, and another important thing we need to add is underscore layout.jsx file, which is for or to hold as a tab layout. So over here we'll add a default template. Here I will just rename this to a tab layout, save this one, and then inside here we'll add a tab navigation. So make sure it is inputting from the tabs. Inside the tab you need to define the all the screen which you want to use. So here we'll say tab dot screen, and then you need to provide the name, which is the file name, which is index.jsx, and let's close this tag. Perfect, right? But right now it's still showing this index file. Okay, so in order to fix this one, let's go to this underscore layout.tsx file. Over here we'll define a stack. Inside this stack we'll define a stack.screen, and then we'll define the default one as a tab navigation. So here we'll say tabs. Perfect, and then save it. Now once you make these changes, right, sometimes it's not reflecting over here. Just reload your application, and once it reload you will see the three tab, right? Perfect, and all the three tab is showing on the screen. But you have to make sure that all the three tab you can define over here. So one is index, one is here we'll say add new, and other will say profile. Okay, and save it. Now next thing we want to do, we want to remove this particular action bar or header bar, right? This tab for a tab. So simply let's go to this layout, and either you can define the option over here, or you have option to define for all the stack screen. So how many screen you define inside this tag? For all the screen, this screen option is applicable. So in this case, if you want to hide this particular header, just say header shown, and just make this as a false and save it, and boom, if you see, now header is gone. Same thing you can do it for all of this tab as well. You can define the screen option over here and just say header shown, and then mark it as a false, and then you can remove it for all. If you want to remove for the only for specific screen, you can also define the options over here. But right now if I move from one tab to other, if you see, the text also get changed. Cool, right? So that's how our tab navigation is now ready. But if you see, the icon of the tab and the label is not the correct or the one which we want, right? So let's update the icon for each of these tab. So for each of these tab screen, you need to provide the options. Inside the option, let's provide a tab bar icon, and over here we'll define the color / size, and then the arrow function like this. Now in order to define the icon, you can get the icon. So I will use this Expo icon, okay, from the Expo library only. So you don't need to install any third-party library for this icon, and you will find a bunch of different icon. If you want to search for a home, you will find the different icon for it. Cool, right? Now you can even filter this out. Let's say you want the icon from the font awesome, you can just use that one. Click on it. First thing we need to do to import this statement. So I will copy it and we'll paste it here. So it will install this font awesome for us, and then copy this component in order to render the icon. So I will just paste this component over here, okay, and then save it, and then you will see this icon, right? But currently the icon color is black because that's what it is mentioned. So just replace this color with the color which we are going to pass. So this color is nothing but the system color. Okay, so right now if I save this one, you will see the active system color is kind of blue, and if I move to the next, it will automatically change to gray. Okay, also if you want to change the title of this particular, you can just add a tab bar label, and then you can make it as a home and save it. Here you will see the label change to home now. Perfect. Now same thing you need to do for all other tabs. So I will just copy these options, will paste this over here. Obviously I will change this label to add new. Over here for a font awesome icon, I am going to use different one. So here we'll say plus, I will select this one. So it's just saying plus square. So you just need to change the name in this case because we already have the font awesome installed, right? And the last we want for the profile. So just search for as a user, and we'll use user only. So user. Okay, here we'll say profile. Let's save this one, and then you will see all of your icon. Cool, right? Obviously the size default to 24, but here you can update it to the system size, so that depends on the screen size, it will automatically update the size as well. Okay, and our tab is now ready. If you have any question, any doubt in order to implement this tab navigation, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask me the question on the Discord channel, where we have the good community of developers where they can also answer your question. When user come to our application gonna check whether user is authenticated or not. If user is not authenticated, then it will redirect it to the login screen. But if user is authenticated, then it will going to redirect to the home screen where we have this tab we just created, right? And for the authentication, we are going to use a Firebase authentication because it's completely free and very easy to integrate. And once user is on the login screen, you will see this beautiful page like this. Then on the click of continue, it will redirect it to the sign in page where user have option to sign in. Or if user don't have the account created on our application, user have also option to create a new account. As soon as the account is created, user will redirect it to the home screen. Okay, so this is the complete flow of our application once user come very first time, because authentication is very important part of any application, and that's the reason in this particular section we are going to implement the authentication. So let's go back to our application, and first thing that we are going to do is to create a new folder called login. Inside the login, we'll create an index.jsx file, and let's add a default template. Here we'll say login screen, or we can say welcome screen as well, and then save it. Now inside the underscore layout.tsx file, we'll add a new stack screen, and we'll just mention it as a login, and then save it. And after this one, in order to redirect it to the login screen, because I just updated over here, so let's go to this home screen and we'll redirect to slash, or just use a login and then save it. Let's reload this page and we'll see whether it's redirect to the login screen or not. And if you see, it's redirect it to the login screen. This one we're going to change in a moment, but for now, if you see, we are on the login screen. Now let's implement the login screen first. So over here, I already added the one image called login.png file, something like this, inside the assets images folder. I'm going to share this all the assets with you for free, so you can access it. Then over here we'll add an image tag, or let's add a view first. Okay, now view tag will act like a any div tag inside the HTML CSS. Okay, and inside that we'll simply add an image tag from the React Native. Now in order to access the local images, you need to provide the source parameter, and inside that provide the require, and then here you need to provide the path of your image file. So in our case is inside asset images, and then login.png file. Okay, then you can provide the width and height for this image. Now there are two ways that you can provide the styling to your component. One is internal styling or inline styling, where you can define the style over here. So for example, we'll provide a width, let's say 300, or let's make it 210, and then we'll provide the height of 450. Okay, and then save it. Then you will see this image. Now this is called inline styling. But if you want to define this externally, means outside of this function, you can also define. You just need to add style sheet. Make sure to import the style sheet from the React Native, and then you can define your styling over here. Now in this case, we'll provide the width and height. Okay, and over here, in order to apply this style, you just need to define styles dot image. Okay, so because this is the style, and inside that we have image class, and that's what we define. Let's save it, and you will see no change because we just define the style externally. Okay, also to this one we'll add a border radius to 20, and we want to make this in the center of the screen. So for this view, we'll add a display as a flex. Then we'll make a align item to be in the center, and it will be in the center of the screen, right? Also you can give margin top to 20 or make it 40, something like this. Perfect. Okay, next we want to define this content. So simply after this div, we'll add a view, and inside the view we'll add an text tag, and inside that we're gonna write a message, stay on track, stay healthy. Okay, and save it, and this is how it will look like. Now for this particular view, we'll add an inline style. Over here we'll give a padding of 20 or make it 25. Then we'll also add a background color. So in order to add a color, right, there are a lot of different ways that you can define. You can define over here something like this, black, red, right? But in order to define at one place, right, all the colors, you can just create a new folder so that you can keep it in inside one folder. Here I will call it as a constant, and inside this constant folder we'll create a new file called colors.jsx. I will just rename this to with a small c, and inside this colors we'll just export default, and here we'll define, let's say, a primary color of your application, right? So here we'll say #007 DFC, and then save it. Now this is once you define this primary color, and make sure to export this one so that you can directly use over here. So here I will say colors, and if you see this color is importing from this constant color dot, and then you will get the suggestion called primary. So every time when you are defining this one, right, you don't need to write or provide a color code. Later on as well, you can change this color at only one place. So currently we have an error. Okay, so it's saying this file is not exist. So the best option, I will suggest to reload this application. Okay, so over here with a C as a small, so that's the reason I think we have an error. So let me stop server and rename our application. It happens because we rename this app folder name, right? And if you see, now it's showing our primary color. Perfect. Now for this particular view, I am going to provide an height of 100%, and then for this text, let's add a style. Here we'll say a font size of 30, then font weight we'll add as a bold, and we'll change the font color. So here we'll say font color. Now here you can even define something like this as a white. Oh, this need to be a color only as a white. Okay, we'll make this text align to be in the center of the screen. Perfect. And that's look much better now. Okay. Next thing, we'll add another text, and inside this text we'll just add a text like track your meds, take control of your health, stay consistent, stay confident. Okay, so this is just tagline we added. Then over here we'll add a style, we'll add a color as white, and we'll make text align center of the screen, and we'll also change the font size to 17. We'll give margin top, so over here we'll say margin top to 20. Perfect. Okay, and the last we want to add a button. So after this text you can add a button. Now in order to add a button, you need to add an on press event where on the click of the button we want to provide some action. So for that one you can use this touchable opacity component. Okay, now this touchable opacity will provide an various option like on press or on blur, on focus, and lot of other property. Okay, and then inside that you can provide the text. So here we'll say continue. Now for this button I'm going to define the styling outside, something like this, and here we'll define a padding. Let's add a padding of 15, and then for this component we'll assign these styles called styles dot button and save it. Perfect. Now over here I'm going to add a background color as white only. Then we'll add a border radius to 99, so rounded corner. Then we'll make, so in order to make the text align in the center, you can provide to this particular text. So here we'll say text align in the center of the screen. We'll change the font size to 20 or make it 16, and then we'll change the color to our primary color, and we'll give a margin top. So over here we'll say margin top to 25, something like this. Perfect, right? And this our button is ready. And if you see once I click on it, it is showing this button click effect as well. And just below to this one I will add a small text, and here we'll just say note, by clicking continue button you will agree to our terms and condition. Just a small message. Over here I will change this style, and we'll just add a color to white. Okay, I think that's enough. Let's add margin top to 4. Perfect. And that's our sign in welcome screen, you can say, is now ready. Now on the click of this continue button, we want to redirect user to this sign in page where user have option to enter email and a password. Or if user want to create a new account, user can click on this create account button and it will redirect it to the sign up page. Now in order to add a sign in page, simply inside this login we'll add a signin.jsx file, and as we are using Expo router, the Expo router is based on the routing is based on the folder and the folder structure. Okay, now once you added this sign in page, now this automatically it created this new route called login/signin. Okay, let me show you how. Now to this touchable opacity, right, over here we'll define the router first is equal to use router. Make sure this router you are importing from the Expo router, and on the press of this continue button, so this is our continue button, and this button has a method called on press, and here we'll say router dot push, because we want to push, and here we'll redirect it to the login slash sign in screen. Let's save it and just press on this button, and right now it's saying the route does not match. Let me refresh this. So just type R, so it will reload your application, and now if I click continue, you will see you redirect it to the sign in page. Cool, right? So make sure when you are adding new route, reload your application. So once you have done the sign in page, let's implement the layout like this, okay, where we have these three text, the two text input and the button. So let's go to the sign in page, and inside here we'll add a new text. Over here we'll simply say let's sign you in, okay. Then another text, it will say welcome back, and one more text I want to add for you have been missed, okay. Save it. Now the three texts are there. For this particular view we'll add a style, and inside that we'll add a padding of 25. Now for this text we'll add some styling, so I will define the styling externally. Now whenever you think that you want to apply the styling multiple times, right, make sure to define it externally so that you can just reuse this one. So here we'll say text header, and we'll say a font size of 20, make it 25. Then font weight, we'll say bold, and save it. Now over here you can just define this style as a styles dot text header. I will just change this to 30. Perfect. Now I will define one more style over here. We'll say sub header, or we'll say subtext, and for this subtext let's define attached to this one styles dot subtext, okay, and let's copy this over here as well. Now for this one we'll add a margin top to 10, so some space, and I want to change the color, so we'll add a new color over here, and we'll say a gray color is of C0 as a color code, and in order to use it you can just define that inside your styling. So over here we'll say color as colors dot gray, and save it. Perfect. Over here we'll add a margin top to 15. Now we want to display the text input where user can enter his input, right? So in order to implement that, first let's add a view. Over here we'll add a text, we'll say email, and then we have a React Native component called text input, which is importing from the React Native. Now once you import it, let's add a placeholder as well and save it, and here you will see this email. Now if I click on this one, it will open the keyboard for us, and this is our the input field. Now let's add some styling to this input field. So over here I will add a text input as external styling. Over here we'll add a padding of 10, then we'll add a border width as 1, and let's apply that styling to this text input. Something like this, say, okay. Now over here we'll add a font size of 17, then we'll add a border radius to 10, and then we'll give a margin top to 5. Perfect. Also for this particular view we'll add a margin top to 25. Perfect. Now once you added this email, you can change the background to white. So let's see how it looks. So background color to white, something like this. I think that's looks good to me. And I will just copy this one more time for the password. Here we'll say a password and the placeholder as a password and save it. Perfect. Now for this one, in order to add this password field, right, this need to be hidden, okay, and in order to do that you can just add the command. So over here you can say secure text entry, okay, and just mark it as a true. Now if I enter some password, you will see the password is showing as a dot, okay, and that's the reason we added. And obviously email, you can enter the email as well. Perfect. So you can enter the email, you can enter the password as well. Now next thing, we need to add two buttons. So over here we'll add a touchable opacity, and inside that we can add a text. We can say login, and obviously for this button I am going to define the style. For this one we'll add a padding of 20, and let's attach that over here. Styles dot button and save it. Then we want to add a background color as colors dot primary. Then I think we can make this to 15. Then we'll make a border radius to let's say 15. I'll make it 10. And over here let's add a style. We'll add a font size of 17, then color to white, and we'll make text align to be in the center of the screen. Perfect. Also for this button we'll give a margin top to 20, make it 35. Perfect. Okay, and this is our login button is now ready. Now another thing, we want one more button, and here we'll say create account. But for this button we don't want a background color to be the same, so I will just copy this styling. Here we'll say button create, and the background I will keep as a white, okay, and let's attach that over here and save it. Right now let me bring this down, and if you see we have that one. Obviously color, I will change this to colors dot primary, and we can add a border, okay, and here I will give only 20, and here we'll say border width to 1, and then border color to primary color, something like this. See how beautiful it's looking. And that's our create account and login button is now ready. Now in same way that you can create the sign up screen, so let's add a new screen called signup.jsx, add a default template, save it. I will just rename this to a sign up, and inside your sign in screen, when you click on the create account button, you can just redirect it to that particular page. So for that one we'll define a router, and then we'll redirect it programmatically. So over here we'll say use router from the Expo router, and then simply to this touchable opacity we'll add on press event, and over here we'll say router dot push. Here we'll say a login slash sign up and save it. Now as you just added new route, just reload your application, and once you reload it, click continue and click create account, and then it will redirect you to the sign up page. Okay, now I will pause the video and I will just create this sign up UI. okay, similar like this one. So that obviously I'm going to copy everything as it is and then I'm gonna paste out there. So let's do that. Okay, let's do it together. So over here, first thing, I'm gonna copy all of this view. I'm gonna paste it over here. Make sure to import these colors, and here I'm gonna add a router is equal to use router. Now over here, if I obviously we need to add a styles as well, so I will just copy all of this style as it is and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this style sheet and save it. Now we have an error called text input is not defined, so make sure to import this text input as well as this touchable opacity as well. And let's see whether we have any more error. I think we are good on this one. See, okay, now only thing that we need to do, we'll change this to create new account as a text. Then we don't want this text, so I will remove it from the sign up screen. Then we're gonna add a new view for the full name. So over here we'll say a full name as full name, and instead of login, now the blue button will be create account, and then this button will be already account sign in. Perfect, right? And on the click of this one, we'll just navigate to the sign in page. So if I click on this one, it will navigate to sign in. If I click on create account, it will navigate to this create account page where we have this option to enter the full name, email and the password. In order to add an authentication to our application, we are going to use an Firebase authentication. And for a database as well, we are going to use Firebase later on. So it's very easy to integrate and free to use, and Firebase is basically developed for the mobile application, and this is the best example or best way that you can also learn Firebase with an React Native. So first thing you need to do is go to this firebase.google.com. Then if you have an account, just log in with the Gmail and then go to the console. Over here, if you don't have a project, create a new project. I already have a couple of them, so I will select existing one. Then over here you can create a new application, select the web and then give the application name. So over here we'll say Medi Tracker. Then click register app, and once it is registered, then you need to add the Firebase SDK. So copy this command npm install Firebase, go to your project and simply inside the new terminal just run this command. So it will install the Firebase SDK. Also you need to copy this all of this configuration code, and simply inside the root directory we'll create a new folder called config. Inside this config folder we'll create a new file called firebase config.jsx and simply paste this all line of code. Okay, we're gonna remove this analytics because we are not going to use it. Then you can just put this API key inside your some .env file. Once this is completed, just go to the console, and over here inside this left hand side, make sure you will find this authentication. If not, you can just search it in some of the category, and once you find this authentication, make sure to enable the email password authentication. So in my case it's already enabled, okay, but if you don't have enabled, make sure to enable this one as well. And if you want to enable the email password link option, you can have that option too. So right now here, once your user is login, you will see the username. Now next thing, over here you need to add an export constant authentication is equal to get auth from the Firebase authentication, and over here we pass this app reference as well. Now let me remove this one, and over here we'll add get auth from, and then we'll say Firebase/auth. Okay, make sure to export this one so that you can use it and then save it. Let me close all of this tab for now and then go to this sign up page, because first thing obviously we're gonna learn how can we create a new account. Simply go to this Firebase authentication documentation for the web and click on the get started. I will keep the link in the description as well. Now over here, in order to sign up with an email and password, this is the line of code that you need to copy paste. So just copy this line of code. Then over here, inside the sign up, we'll create a new method called constant on create account. And over here, we'll add this line of code. Okay, now first thing, we'll define this auth outside of this one and make sure to import this get auth from the file. Okay, so we don't need to use this because we already defined authentication. So simply we're gonna import this auth. So let me import it. So over here we'll say auth from, so this will be a config folder slash firebase config. Okay, and this authentication we added here. Now we need to pass an email and password in order to create an email password. So over here simply we're gonna create a two state. One is the email, set email is equal to use state, and other is to hold the password. Okay, now if I scroll down a little bit over here, for the email text input, we need to get the user entered value, right? So simply add on change text method. So this will return the value which user entered, and simply set that to the set email state. Same thing you need to do it for the password. So here we'll say on change text, it will return a value, and then we'll set the password as a value. Okay, now we have the email password, and that email password we pass to this create user with account. Now make sure to import this create with user email from the Firebase authentication, and then once it is signed up successfully, we'll get the user detail. Okay, and if you have any error, right, then you can write the error over here. User entered the same email ID, right? So here we can show the error set, and the error will say error code is equal to auth slash email already in use. If this is the error code, if you get it right, means we got the error, then we can just show the toast message. So here we say toast android dot show, and we can say email already exists, and over here as well we say toast android dot bottom. Okay, at the bottom it will show it. Perfect. Now this on create account we're gonna attach to this create account button. So over here we'll say on press and simply call this on create account method. Now one more important thing over here, we need to make sure if email is not there, or if password is not there, then we can show the message or toast android dot show saying that you need to enter the email and password, or we'll say please fill all details. Dot bottom. Okay, and save it. Now if I go to the continue and click create account and click on this create account, you will see it's saying please fill all the details. Now let's add all the details. And we'll add a password, and simply we'll say create account. Okay, and you can observe the terminal as well. If you get any error, we can get it over here, and simply click create account. and boom, if you see, the account is get created and we got all the information. Obviously we console the user, that's the reason the user information is printing. Now if I go to this Firebase, okay, and go to the user, you will see the new user get created called accounts@tubguruji.com with that email ID. Cool, right? Now if I try to create it again, right, that you will see that it's saying the toast message saying email already exists. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can create an user account or a new account. So this toast message is only show in Android device, but if you want to show it on the iOS device, right, you can either implement the alert dialog. This is the best way. So just add alert.alert and then you can give message over something like that. You can say email already exists, okay, and save it. Now if I try to create an account, you will get this pop-up message as well. Same thing you can implement over here, and here we'll say please enter email and password if it's not there, right? Now if I remove email and create account, it will say please fill all the details. Okay, I think I forgot to save, and boom, perfect, right? And now it will work on the iOS device with this alert message instead of this toast message. Now once the account is created successfully, right, you can over here you can have option to route it to the tab navigation or a home screen. So right now let's add the we already have the router, so simply we can say router dot push, and over here we'll say tab screen. Okay, now obviously next time whenever you create a new account and it is successfully created, it will navigate to the home screen. Now let's go to this sign in and let's implement it, because we already have the email and password created, right? So let's go to the sign in page, and inside the sign in we'll create a new account new method called constant on sign in click, and inside that we need to add a sign in logic. So let's go to the documentation, and if you see, it has a documentation called sign in existing user. So simply you need to add this sign in with email and password, where you need to pass the email and password. Okay, so first thing, make sure to import this sign in with user email password. Make sure to import this authentication from the Firebase config, and then you need to also provide the email password. So let's define the state first. To hold the email, and then for a password as well. Now over here for this text input, we'll add on change text with a value, and over here we'll say set email as a value, and same thing I'm gonna do it for the password. Oh sorry, this need to be a value with a set password. Perfect. Now over here obviously we want to check if email or if password is not there. So this need to be a password. If email password is not there, then we can show alert.alert. We'll say please enter email and password. Perfect. And if it's there, obviously it will go to the screen, but here I will say return. I think we forgot over here, just add a return as well, so it will not go to the next line. And if it is successful, then obviously we'll get the user information, right? And if the user is there, it means if successfully login, then we need to route it to the new screen. So over here we'll push it to the new screen, or you can say replace basically. Okay, and save it. But if you get an error, then obviously we will show the error message as well. Now inside the error message we have the error called invalid credential. So over here we'll say if error code is equal to auth slash invalid credentials, then we can show alert message dot alert invalid email or password and save it. Now let's go back and try to log in. So okay, so I think we forgot to attach this on sign in. Click on the sign in button. So this is our login button. Over here we'll add on press, on sign in click. If I log in it, it is saying please enter email password. Let's enter it. And let's enter the password. Now I added the incorrect password and that's why it's saying invalid email or password. Okay, and once it is added successfully, once it's successful, it will obviously it's successfully login, but it navigate to the wrong page because we want to navigate to the tab screen. That's weird. So the reason is redirect back to this particular screen because inside our tab screen and inside the home screen we redirect it to the login screen, right? And that's the reason is redirect back. Now let's try it again. So over here I will add the email and password, and boom, if you see it's redirect to the home screen. Perfect. So that's how guys you can add the email password. Now the important thing over here, we need to check on this particular screen or maybe inside this layout screen whether user is already login or not. Okay, so here we'll say if user login or not. Okay, and for that one, from the Firebase authentication we have a method called manage, or we have documentation or section called manage user. Now inside manage user we have method called on auth state change. It will check if user is already login or not, and depends on that one it will redirect it to the login screen if user is not login. So simply add this on state change method. Make sure to import this first and close this tag. Over here we'll say authentication. Then if user is successful, you don't need to take any action. If user is sign out, means user is not login, then you need to route it to the login screen. So over here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then over here we'll say router dot push to the login screen. Perfect, right? Now obviously currently user is login, so if I get the user ID and save it, you will see the user ID of the login user, say, right? But if user ID user is not login, then obviously it will redirect you to the login screen. Now over here you can simply go to this index.js, and inside the home screen you can add a button with a title, we'll say logout, and to this button we'll add an on press event and we'll simply sign out. Okay, now obviously once user is sign out we want to redirect it, but if I click logout obviously nothing will happen. Okay, so it's saying cannot read property of undefined, so I'm not sure whether we sign out or not. So over here we forgot to pass the auth. Okay, and now if I log out it, it will redirect it to the sign in page. Cool, right? Now you can log in it again. But over here if I reload this page, right, at very first time it will still showing home screen even though user is log out, right? But if I just save this page, then it will go to the sign in page. The reason is it's not updating or navigating immediately. So in order to fix this issue, simply you can define authenticated comma set authent. We can define one state. Okay, initially we can pass it as a null. Now if user is authenticated successfully, we can set the authenticated as a true, and if user is not authenticated, we'll set authenticated as a false, and then we'll move this login logic inside the use effect. Now we're gonna execute this use effect only when the authenticated whenever there so we have the spelling mistake, authenticated. Now whenever authenticated value changes, right, then only here we're gonna implement this, or we're gonna route it to the login screen. So over here we'll say if authenticated is false, then only navigate to the login screen. Okay, and save it. Now if I reload the page and let's test this out, and boom, if you see, it's redirected to the login screen. Now if I log in it again and click continue, then it will redirect to the home screen. And now in this case, if you try to reload the page, it will stay on the home screen. Now if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now one more important thing over here inside our login sign up page, when we create a new account with the help of user email and password, here we need to make sure we're gonna set the user name as well. Now in order to get the username, first we'll define username comma set username is equal to use step, and then inside our text input we're gonna set the username as well. And inside our create user with email password, over here simply we're gonna add the await update profile from the Firebase authentication. Here we're gonna pass user and then simply provide the display name, which is nothing but the user email. So here we're gonna pass the user name. Okay, now obviously make sure we'll also get the, if username is not there, we'll get this error, and then pass this await. Make this as async as well. Now whenever we create a new account, we also make sure we'll set the user name as well. Every time when we reload our application, this odd state change might not work properly. And if I refresh this application now, even though we have the logic written right, sometimes it will redirect you to the login script, and it might happen because this odd state change might take some time to get the data, and in the meantime it will automatically route to the login screen. So in order to fix this issue, we're gonna use an async storage. Async storage is used to store your data locally. Now whenever user login or sign up or create account on our application, we're gonna store user detail locally, so that whenever user refresh the screen, it will check the data from the local storage. So simply inside the root directory, we'll create a new folder called service. Inside that we'll create a new file called storage.jsx. Now inside here, first thing we need to do is to install this local storage, okay, from the Expo. So just copy this command, and inside the terminal I will just paste it here. Now once it is installed, right, here we'll create a two new method. One to set the value, so over here we'll say set local storage is equal to async, and it will pass key and value. Okay, it will accept two value. So over here we'll say await async storage dot set item, and for that one we need to pass a key, a unique key, and then value associated to that particular key. Okay, now this particular method will help us to set the storage value, and we are also need to write a new method called get local storage is equal to async, and it will only accept the key, and over here it will first get the result is equal to await async storage dot get item, and then over here we'll say, we'll just pass a key. Now over here obviously we have to make sure this value will be in the form of string. So if you are passing the JSON object, make sure to change it into a JSON string, okay, and then we'll simply return, or we'll parse that JSON object if it's there into the simple to the JSON, okay, using this JSON.parse method, and then save it. Now whenever user login or sign up, we need to make sure we'll set the local storage value. So simply go to the login, and inside the sign in over here, maybe before this one, we'll set the local storage with the key. So make sure you are importing this local storage from service storage, because we exported this method, right? And then we'll say user detail as a key, and the value will be the user. Okay, so this user information we already have, so that information we pass. I will copy this one, and same thing we need to do it inside the sign up as well. So as soon as we set the value, just pass over here, make sure to import this local storage, and then save it. Now once you set the value inside your underscore layout.tsx file, instead of this auth state change, I will just remove everything from here, okay, and let me remove this one as well, and we'll just write constant get user detail, and over here we'll say constant user info is equal to get local storage dot, or here we just need to pass a value key which is user detail, okay, and once we have this value, then we'll set it to a state. So here we'll say constant, or we don't need to set, just we can check if user info is not there, then it will redirect it to the login screen. Okay, that's it, and that's how easily you can access it. Obviously this get user detail you can call inside the use effect. Now over here obviously this need to be await, so just add await, and we'll make this async, okay, and same thing, I think we forgot to add await because this method is asynchronized, so make sure to add that one. Over here we'll make async first, and then we'll use await, okay, and then save it. So right now if you see, it's redirect to the sign in because we don't have any information under this user detail, right? Now let's log in it again, and we'll see whether it's working or not. And if you see, after login, it's working perfectly fine. Even though if I reload the application, it will work. Now let's reload it, and if you see, it's still on the home screen because it will check now in this case user information is available, and that's the reason it's not going to the login screen. So that's the reason we use this async storage, okay. Obviously later on you can get the user detail from this local storage and we can avoid fetching it from the Firebase, okay, because we already have the information. Now whenever user log out, we have to make sure you will delete all the local storage, okay. So you can write the method over here. So over here we'll say export constant remove local storage is equal to async, and obviously we want to remove everything, so here we'll say await async storage dot remove item, or you can have a method called clear, okay, so it will clear all of this one, okay, and then just call this method on the click of logout. Now we are going to display the empty state on the home screen. If user come very first time and he don't have any medication listed, okay, then at that time we are going to show this particular screen with this information. Obviously at the top on the header side we are going to show this username with this setting icon and this beautiful star icon, okay. Then after that we are going to add this particular content in order to display that you don't have any medication listed. Let's add a new one by clicking this button. Now in order to get this particular ad set, you can access it from my source code or simply go to this flaticon.com, and here you will find a bunch of free icon for your application. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and inside the home screen I will remove this button and all. Okay, for this particular view we'll add a style, and here I'm going to add padding of 25. Also I'm going to add a background color as white, and then we'll make height to 100%. After that we are going to create a new folder called components, and inside that we'll keep all our components. Let me close all of this tab first, and inside the component here we'll say header.jsx, add a default template and then save it. Now this header we gonna add inside the home screen. Okay, so over here we'll add our header component, and if you see, the text header is showing on the screen. Now first thing, we want to show an image, so inside the view we'll add an image tag source, and over here I already added the assets inside the image folder called smiley. Okay, so this smiley is showing like this, and the medicine icon as well. So simply here we are required because we are accessing from the local, then from the assets folder, from the images we're gonna add a smiley.png file. Now once you save it, you will see this smiley. Let's add a style with a width and height. So over here we'll add a width of 40, and then we'll add a height of 40 and save it. We'll make this 45, little bit bigger. After this we want to show the name of the user. Now in order to get the name of the user, simply you can get it from our local storage. So here we'll say get user detail, and inside that we'll simply write constant user info is equal to await get local storage, and then we need to pass the key which is user detail, because for this user detail we save this data, and let's make this as async. Okay, now obviously this method we need to call it inside the use effect whenever our component get load. And for your information, I just want to show you the user info by consoling it, so you will get to know the data. And if you see, we have all of this information, and inside here you will see that we have the display name with an username and the email as well. Perfect. Now obviously we just want all the user information, so let's save this in one state called user set user is equal to use state. Now inside this state we need to set our user info. Okay, perfect. Now over here we'll add a text, and inside that we'll say user dot display name, and over here the name is showing on the screen. Perfect. Now obviously we need to bring this in one line, and over here we'll say hello and the name of the user, and we also want to add an icon. So if I go back to our mockup, this particular wave emoji icon, so just type something on Google hand wave emoji, and you can just copy this emoji icon. See, I just copy and just paste it here. This is how simple it is, right? And once you save this one, it will display on the screen. Obviously we'll add some style to this one. So over here we'll add a font size of 30, we'll add a font weight to bold, and then let's bring everything in one line. So we'll make it display as a flex, then we'll make flex direction as a row, and also we'll make align item to be in the center. Okay, Also we'll give a gap of 10, so there is space between these two value. Okay, and then we have this beautiful text. Over here we can make this 25 little bit smaller, and we'll give some margin top as well. Or let's do one thing, for this view only we'll add margin top to 20. Okay, now on the right hand side, either you can add setting icon button or something other. Okay, so for the icon, let's go to this icon Expo, and over here just search for the setting. Over here I will get this any icon setting icon. So we want to show it on the right hand side, so just wrap this view, and inside that, okay, let's import this first icon, and this view will put everything in that particular view. Okay, and then outside of this one we'll add this icon. Perfect. If I save this one, if I save it, you will see this icon over here. Let's change this size, let's make it 34, and we want that in one line. So let me first format this document, and then simply we'll add a style. We'll make it display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, so that we can add justify content as space between. So it will be on the right hand side. Also add align item to be in the center, and then make sure to provide the width as 100%. So obviously the width is not applying to this one, so you can add the width over here. So width 100%, maybe we need to add it over here as well, not sure. Okay, so I just reload the application, and now it's working with this width only. Okay, and then setting icon is showing on the screen. Also inside the color.jsx, I'm going to add a dark gray color with a code 8f8f8f. Save it so that we can apply to this particular setting icon. So over here we'll say colors dot dark gray. Okay, so it's saying the file is not there. That's interesting. Make it with a small c. Oh, not this one. I think this need to be a small c. Perfect. Now once we have this one, we need to show this empty state over here. Okay, now in order to display that one, we are going to create a new component under this component folder, and we can call it as a empty empty state.jsx. home state, or we can say empty state.jsx. Add a default template, save this one, and simply first thing we need to show the image, but before that let's import this empty state inside our home screen. So after this header we'll add this empty state and then save it. Obviously this empty state we gonna show conditionally. If we have the value, then we don't need to show this empty state over here. Okay, but for now we're gonna show it, and over here I will add an image, the source tag, and obviously this image we are fetching from the local assets. So we'll say require, and then we'll simply locate the value. So assets images slash medicine.png. Then we need to provide width and height for this one. So let's add a style. Here we'll say a width of 120 and height of 120. Perfect. Then for this view we'll add a style. We'll give a margin top to let's say 80, and we'll make a display as a flex, and then we'll make align item to be in the center. So all the item which we are going to add it inside the view, it will be in the center of the screen. After this we're gonna add a text, and here we'll say no medicine medications. Okay, obviously for this text we'll add a style, we'll say font size of 35, then font weight to be bold, and margin top to let's say 30, and save it. Perfect. And after this we're going to add one more text, and simply it will say you have 0 medication setup, and here we will say kindly set up a new one. Okay. Now the another thing over here, right, you can put all of this string in one constant. Okay, and let me show you how you can do that. So simply inside the constant, here we'll say string.jsx, or here we'll say let's add a string only. Okay, and simply we'll say export default, and inside that we'll say no medication, and the text will be no space medication, something like this, right? And you can, once you save this one, you can just access it like this, no medication, or we can just try to string dot no medic. Okay, so over here I think we need to change the name, the string, to something else. So here we'll say constant string. Okay, and then you can access this one because string is already reserved keyword. So here we'll say constant string dot no medication, and here we have this text. Same thing you can do over here. I will say medication sub text, and just paste it here. You can use this as constant string dot medication subtext. Okay, now for this text we'll add a style. Let me close this one, and for this one we'll add a font size of 16, then color as colors dot dark gray, and we'll make text align in the center of the screen. Perfect. Also we'll give some margin top to let's say 20. Perfect, right? And the last we want to add a button. Now for the button we'll simply add a touchable opacity so that we will get the on press event. Inside that we'll add a text, and here we'll say add new medication. So you can add that text over here, add new medication button, and here we'll simply add new medication. Okay, now whenever you want to change something, some text, right, you can just change this particular constant string value, and over here we'll say constant string dot add new medication button. Now for this touchable opacity we'll add a style. Over here we'll say a background color as colors dot primary color, then we'll add a padding of 15, then we'll add a border radius to 10, then we'll give a let's give a width to 100%, and the last we'll add a margin top to 30. Okay, now for this text we'll add some style. So style, here we'll add a text aligned to be in the center of the screen, then we'll add a font size of let's say 17, and then we'll change the color to white. Perfect. And this is how our button is now ready. Perfect, and is completely clickable. And this is our empty state. Okay, now whenever user comes very first time, he can see this particular state so that he can add a new medication by clicking this button. Now on the click of this add new medication, we want to display this particular page where user can enter all the information. For example, which medicine user want to take, the type of medicine, whether it's a tablet, capsule, then the how many dose, and when to take that medicine, right, and the start and end date. Also, we are going to add an option to add a reminder when we want to notify user and what time. And then once it's saved, then we are going to store all of this information to our database. So let's go back to our application, and here we have to make sure on the click of this add new medication we'll navigate to the new route. So let's create a new route. So inside this app folder we can create a new file, new folder called add new medication. And obviously once we add this route, it will be or add this particular folder, now it will be automatically considered as a new route. Now let's add a default template, and here we'll say add new medication and save it. Now on the click of this button, we want to add or we want to route it to this particular page. So simply go to this empty state component, and inside here on the this particular on the press of this button, so over here we'll say on press, and then we'll simply route it. So let's define the router first. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router in order to navigate programmatically, and then simply here we'll navigate to the router dot push and then add new medication. Now you have to give the same name as this particular route, okay, and then save it. Now if I click on this one, if you see, it's giving this error that unmatched route. So make sure to refresh your application, and then if I click on this one, you will jump on this particular route. Cool, right? So that's how you need to navigate, and you need to refresh your application. Now after this one, let's go to this add new route section, add new medication section, and over here as per this mockup we are going to show the image at the top. And over here, first thing, let's add a view. Inside this view we'll add or we can create a component instead of this. So basically inside this component folder we'll create add med header or medication header.jsx, okay, and let's add a default template and simply add this component over here and save. Now over here let's add the image first. So simply I'm going to add an image tag, the source, and inside that obviously we are going to use a local assets which I already added inside this images folder called console.png, and over here we'll say require in order to access the local image, and then give the complete path. So here we'll say assets slash images slash consult.png, okay, and save it. Now once you save, obviously we need to provide a width and height, so we'll provide a style. Over here we'll say height of 300, and we'll also mark width as 100%. Perfect, right? You can make this 280. Perfect. Now after this we also want to show a back button. So in order to add a back button, and we need to make it as a clickable, so over here we'll simply add touchable opacity, and inside that we'll add a back button icon. So let's get this icon from this icon Expo, and we'll add a back. I will just filter this out with this irony icon, and I will use this arrow back icon first. Let's import this irony icon import statement and then copy this component for the icon and save it. Perfect. Now obviously we want this at the top, so you can mark this touchable opacity and just make the position as absolute, and also we'll give some padding to, let's say, 25. Perfect. Okay, now on the click of this one we need to make sure we'll go to the previous page. So for that one we need to add a router component, the router hook. We need to define that one from the Expo router, and then on the press of this icon or back button icon we'll simply say router dot back. Now only with this line of code it will automatically go to this previous page. See, if I click on this one and go back to the previous page. Cool, right? So that's how easily you can add the routing. Now next thing, if you see in the mockup, we have the list of some inputs, right? So let's add that too. So for that one, I'm going to add a component. Here we'll say add medication form.jsx. Let's add a default template, and then inside our index.js of add new medication, I will say add new medication form component. And if you see, we have this text. Now let's go to this one. We'll add some style. Here we'll add a padding of 25, and I'm going to add a text. We'll say add new medication. Now in this particular component, I am going to define all the styling externally. Okay, the reason is that we are going to add a lot of different components, and it's better to organize each of these component, right? And then that's why I'm putting all the styling externally. Let's save this one, and simply I will define the header, for example. Inside that we'll say a font size of, let's say, 25. We'll also add a font weight to bold, and simply attach the styling to this particular text. So styles.header. Perfect. Next, we want to display the input box, and if you see, this input box has the image on the left hand side, then vertical line, and then option to add a text. So same thing we are going to do over here. So I'm going to define a view, and inside the view let's define the icon first. So let's get over here, and we'll define medicare and medkit. We'll use this one. So I will copy this any icon, we'll paste it here, and then also we'll copy this component and paste over here. After that, if I save this one, you will see this icon over here. Then add the text input field from the React Native. To this one, we'll add a placeholder as we'll say medicine name, and save it. Okay. Now let's bring everything in one line. So simply we'll define a component. Here we'll say input group, and we'll make it display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row, and simply attach the styling to this particular view. So we'll say styles.input group, and then after this, for this input group, we are also going to add an align item to be in center. Okay, so I think I remove this display flex, so make sure to add. Also we'll add a padding of 12, then we'll add border radius to 8, and then we'll make a border width. So let's add a border width to 1, and then border color as well. So for the border color, let's try to add colors, or let's add a code. So I have one E5, E7, EB. Okay, so this is a light gray color. Obviously we can just put it inside our color.jsx. Here we'll say light underscore gray border. Okay, and I will just put it over here so that we can access it. So colors dot light gray border. Perfect. Oh, so over here we need to define with a small c, and after this one let's add some styling to this icon and image. So over here we'll say text input and 1 for the icon. Now for the text input we'll add a flex as 1, Then we'll give a margin left which is 10. Also we'll define a font size of 16 and save it. Now let's assign this particular style to this particular text input. So we'll say styles dot text input. Then for the icon icon as well, we have the style called styles dot icon, and let's define that icon as well. So over here, the first thing we'll change the color to colors dot primary. Then I want to add a border of width 1, but we'll say border or we'll say just border right width. Okay, so we'll say right width only and not all the one, so something like this say. And then we'll add a padding right to 10, make it 15, perfect. Okay, make it 12. And obviously we'll change the color, so border color to colors dot light gray border, or just say gray, perfect. Okay, and that's how our input is now ready. So here you can add whatever medicine name you want to add. Just over here for this input group, I'm gonna add some margin top to, let's say, 7. Okay, some space between these two value. Now same thing we need to do for all other inputs. Okay, and we have to make sure the input is of same style. Okay, so that also we need to make sure. Now next thing, we need to show the list of the type, whether it's a tablet or capsule or drop, injection, syrup, etc. Right? And for that one, I already created the new file called options inside the constant. Okay, and inside this option I just added all the name of the type of medicine and the icon. This icon I am using from the flat icon. This is just a URL. Okay, now if I open any of the icon, then this icon you can just display it. Okay, obviously I will share these particular options or all the constant file with you guys. Now next thing, let's display that one, and in order to display the list of the type, let's go to inside this medication form. Oops, I don't know why it's not clickable, but let's go over here and simply over here we'll use, I will say type list. And for this one, I'm going to use a Flatlist. Flatlist is very powerful component in the React Native, which help us to display the iterative value like a list, right? And in order to use it, just use Flatlist from the React Native. Now to this Flatlist, you have to provide a two important value. One is the data, okay, which data you want to display. So in our case, we need to access it from the option file. So over here we'll say type, or let's see what is the name. So over here we have this option, and inside the option we have the type. So let's see whether we can access it from the options. I don't think so. So let's import it. So here we'll say import type from, and then we need to give a path. So inside the constant we have the options, and that's correct. Let's go over here and let's add a type. Then we'll render the item. Okay, now inside the render item, here we'll say type comma index and the arrow function. Okay, and here you can write or you can just add the code which the way that you want to display this particular list. So simply I'm going to add a view, and inside the view we'll add a text, and inside that we'll say type dot name. Let's display this one, and we might have an error. So it's not displaying because this type is not accessible directly from here. So over here I just renamed this option to type list. Okay, so it's not confusing with any other value, and instead of this type we'll make this as an item, and then item dot name. Okay, so sometimes the custom name cannot be work. I don't know why, but over here if you see the list, the type list is showing on the screen now. Okay, now for this one we want this horizontal scroll, so just provide the value called horizontal. So we are telling to this flat list that make this particular list as a horizontal, and if I save it, now if you see it is in the horizontal way. Now for this view, let's add a style and we'll attach this input group style, something like this. And if you see, we have this beautiful border as well. And for this text, let's add a style and let's add style dot text input. And if you see, I think let's add a new style for this text. So over here, I will just mention type text, and we'll just define a font size of, let's say, 16. And over here as well, we'll attach these styles to type text. Okay, also we want to give a margin right, so either you can define over here. Now in order to define it, you need to wrap it inside the square bracket, and then you can add your custom style, custom value. So over here we'll say a margin right to 10, and if you see, it's displaying on the screen. And now you have option to scroll it as well. When you scroll it, you will see this horizontal scroll bar, right? You can even remove that one. So here you can mention show horizontal scroll indicator as a false, and then save it. And now if I scroll this one, you will see we don't have that scroll indicator anymore. Also for this flat list, I will add a style, and over here we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 15, so some space. Okay, and that's how our indicator is now ready. Now whenever user select any of this value, we have to show it as a selected one, right? Obviously we need to add the custom styling to this one, depends on the selection. Now in order to save all of this form value, we're gonna store it in one state. So over here we'll say constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state. And to this form data, here we'll define one method called on handle input change. Now this method will execute whenever there is change in the user selection. Now this method will accept two values. One is the field which is going to change, and the value associated to that particular field. Over here we'll simply add same form data which will accept the previous value. Here we'll say previous value as well as the new field value. Okay, something like this. Now this on handle input change we're gonna attach to each of this particular input field. So for example, let's attach to this text input. So over here we'll say on change text, which will emit the value, and then we'll call the on handle input change. Now for the field we'll say name, obviously name of the medicine, and the value associated to this particular field. Same thing we're gonna do it for the flat list. Now for the flat list, whenever there is a selection, obviously we need to add an on press event to each of these option. So simply we'll change this view to touchable opacity, so that we can add on press event, and to this on press event we'll add on handle input change. Now here we'll say field name as a type, and the value is nothing but the item, the complete item I'm gonna pass, which contain the name as well as we also have the icon, and that both the things I want to store it into our database. You will get to know why we are storing both the field, okay, because we want to display the icon, depends on the selection. Now save this one, and let me show you this how it works. So I will just console the form data. Okay, now I am consoling immediately, so it might not reflect the immediate value, but let me show you how it works. So for example, if I enter the medicine name, let's say ibuprofen, and if you see over here, it's storing the field with the value in the form of object. Same thing if I select any of these type, it will, if you see, it's storing the icon as well as the name of the medicine type. Okay, so that's why we want to add that one. Now once user select any of the value, we have to make sure we will select that, or we can show it as a selected one. So in order to add a dynamic styling, means conditional styling, you can add that one as well. So simply inside this bracket only, I'm going to add one more, and over here we can say a background color is equal to, depends on the condition. So here we'll say item dot name is matches with the form data dot type dot name, and then we want to show a background as a primary. So over here we'll say colors dot primary. Okay, we can add a condition. If that is true, then we can show background primary, as otherwise we can make the background as a white only. Okay, and okay, over here give comma and then save it. Now if you see, if I select the tablet, it's showing the background as a tablet. Okay, and obviously we need to do same thing for the text, because we want to make sure the text will change to a white color. So I will just copy this, all the condition as it is, and inside the square bracket we can add over here. Only thing that instead of this primary color, we want to show a white color, otherwise we want to show a black color. Oh, and this need to be just a color, not a background color, say. Okay, also for this text input, we can make the background of the input group as a white. Perfect. Now after this one, we want to show the how many dose user want to take for this particular medicine. Okay, so dose input will say, and for that one I will just copy this existing input group as it is. Okay, only change that we need to make the placeholder. So over here we'll say dose, and we'll also give example 2 or 5 ml, something like this. Okay, and the handle input change, here we say dose, and the value will be as it is. Okay, obviously we're going to change the icon as well. So I will use this icon. Okay, so I drop outline, we can say, and we can just add over here. And if you see, this drop, and this is called dose. Okay, for this one as well, you can give some margin top over here. Instead of 15, we'll make this 10. And for this input group, we can give a margin top to 10 only. I think this margin is too much. Let's make it 5. Perfect. Okay, now next thing, if you see this mockup, we have the when to take, and it has an option called morning, afternoon, right, and which we need to show in the form of drop down. In order to implement this drop down, first let's add all the options. So I already added the option inside this option.jsx file called when to take, and it has a option like morning, before lunch, after lunch, and etc. And in order to implement this drop down, we are going to use a React Native Expo picker component, right? So if I go to this Expo documentation, you will find this one, or you can just search on the Google as well. Once you are on this particular page, copy this npm command and simply paste this over here. Now for the documentation, you can see this additional instruction option. Just click on this one. It will redirect you to this documentation from the GitHub, and it mentions how to use this one. If you see, we have the picker and the picker item that we want to display. Okay, so first let's go back to add form section, and over here I will just collapse this, and here we'll say when to take drop down. Okay, and inside that we'll add a view. So just copy this similar way, just instead of text input we are going to add a picker. Okay, and I will use this time outline icon. So I will just paste over here, and if you see, this option is showing over here. Obviously for the picker, right, we're going to use our own value inside that. So let's add a picker from the React native picker slash picker, and inside that we are going to iterate the picker item. So over here we'll say when to take dot map, and inside that we'll provide item, index, and the arrow function. And inside here we'll say picker dot item, and inside this item we need to provide the label. What will be the label? So in this case is just item and the associated value. Again, it's an item only. Over here we'll say key as an index, and for this picker we need to provide a two important value, the selected value. So inside the selected value we'll say form data dot when as a field name, okay, and then on value change, obviously whenever you user select the value, it will emit this value over here. So it has item value and then item index if you want to save that one as well, okay. And inside that we'll call on handle input change, the field is when, and then value will be item value, okay. Let's save this one and let's see. So right now it's showing this over here, but I don't think so value is getting print out. And then right now if you see, you are not able to see this drop down. So for this picker let's add a style, and over here we'll give width of 90%, okay, so that you can see this drop down value. And obviously once you select any of this value, you can able to select the from this drop down as well. Now obviously we are already storing that in one state, that's the reason in picker also showing the selected value. So whichever value you select, it will display it on this drop down section as well. Now next we want to add an option to select the dates, and for that one we need to add a date picker. But before that let's add an input field for this one. So I will just copy this input field. Over here we'll add start and end date, and we'll paste this input field. Obviously instead of this text input, I'm going to simply add a text, and over here I will add the form data dot start date. If it's there, then it will show a start date, otherwise it will show the text called start date, okay. And obviously here I will change the icon, so we'll find some clock icon only. So we'll use this timer outline, or so sorry, we want to show the calendar icon because that's a date. So we'll select the calendar outline icon, okay. So I will just display over here and save it. So over here we need to display actually, okay. And then for this particular text we'll add a style, and we'll say styles dot input, or we'll say text input style. Add our own style actually. So here we'll say text, and we'll say font size of 16. We'll add a padding of 5, and let's save this, and let's apply this styling over here as a text. And I added this padding to 10, okay, and now we are good on this one. And also we want one more for the end date. So over here we'll say end date, and instead of start date we'll say end date, okay. But we want these both the field in one line, so simply we'll add a view, and we'll obviously define the style over here. We'll say date group, and we'll add a flex direction as a row, and then we'll also add a gap to 10, and then this particular style will apply to this particular view as a styles dot date input group, and then save it, and then simply add a flex. So I will add the class along with the custom style over here like this, and then we have start date and end date option. Now on the click of this particular option, we want to open a date picker, and for that one let's go to the Google or Google Expo, and here we'll say date picker or a date time picker we can say. And if you see, this is how it will look like on the iOS device, and on Android it's a little bit different. Okay, so in order to install it, first copy this npm command and simply paste it over here. In order to use this one, inside this view only we can add the rn date time picker component. Now to this component, first thing we need to provide a minimum date. Okay, obviously minimum date will be the current one, so simply we'll say new date, okay, which will give you the current date, and then it will add a method called onChange. Now inside the onChange method, it will emit the event, okay, and I will just console what it written. Okay, so you will get to know. So inside this event, it has a event dot native event, and inside the native event it will return the timestamp. Okay, so that's what I added. So over here it needs to be a console log, and if I save this one and let me refresh the screen as well, so we have an error actually. Let's see what is the issue. So it's saying it should provide the value. Okay, obviously we need to provide a value over here. Now just provide the default value. So in this case the default value will be the form data dot start date if it has a start date. So start date, and over here if the start date is not there, then we'll provide the default date. Okay, so that's the reason I give new dot date. Let's save it and let's see. So if I click on add new medication, it will showing this calendar, right? But the problem is over here, as soon as I open this particular screen, it's showing this calendar, but we only want to show this calendar when user click on this start date. So for that one we need to handle the state. So over here we'll say constant show start date comma set show start date is equal to use state, and initially the value will be false. Okay, and whenever the start date or show start date is true, so over here we'll say show start date is true, then only show this time picker. Okay, and also whenever this onChange user select some value, right, over here we need to also set the show start date to the false. Okay, so whenever user click on this text, so it will be again true, and so on. Now let's do one thing, let's move this outside of this view. Okay, it doesn't matter, and for this view I will make this touchable opacity so that it is completely clickable, and so that we can add on press event in order to open this date picker. So over here we'll say set show start date to true. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if I click on this one, it will open this calendar. Cool, right? And if I select any date and say OK, as we are consoling it, so that you can see it's just returning the timestamp and not the date. Obviously we need to convert the timestamp to a proper date in order to save it. Now in order to do that, let's go back, and inside the service file we can write convert date time.jsx file, and inside here we will say export constant convert to, or we will say format date, format date, and it will accept the timestamp and the arrow function. Okay, and it will simply return the new date from the timestamp, and then we're gonna pass the set hours as 0.0.0.0 means we just getting the date value. Also we'll write one more method, we'll say format date for text. Okay, now obviously if you want to display that text or selected date over here, we need to format in a specific order, in a specific format. The reason is this particular date is in the form of object and we cannot show that one, right? So over here we'll say constant date is equal to, make sure here you will pass the timestamp. Sorry, this need to be a date actually. Okay, and over here I will install one library called moment.js, so which is very powerful library to convert a date in any format. Okay, and it's very easy. First thing, you need to install this moment library using this npm command. So we'll install this one, and obviously whatever the date is formatted, we'll pass this date to this particular text, and over here we'll just return the value. Here we'll say return moment, pass the date dot format, and L means it will format in a specific format, so like this. Okay, and let's try this out. So let's save everything, and I will go to this add medication form where we have the start date selection logic. Okay, and instead of now this console log, we'll say on handle input change. Now the field value will be the start date and then the value, and let's save this one. Now if I select this start date, select the value, say OK, and if you see right now it's showing the timestamp, right? I think we did not convert this time, so over here we'll say convert let's say convert to, let me see the what is the name. So okay, just a format date. So format date, from the convert date time we'll pass this timestamp, and then we have proper date, and after that in order to show the value inside over here, we'll change this. So over here I will just add the format date for text. So and to this one we'll pass the start date. Okay, let's save this one, and if you see it's showing this particular date. Perfect. Now if I select any other value, okay, so we have an error called value prop must be instance of a date object, and over here for this value we'll just change to date. Let's see. Perfect. And if I open this, select the value, say OK, and if you see now it's showing 28. If you want, you can just change this to LL. Let's try this format. So here we'll say LL, something like this. I think this is also okay. Okay, or if you want, you don't want a year, you can just also remove that one too. Okay, but here you will find a different option as well. So for now I will keep as it is. Okay, and next thing, same thing we need to implement for the end date. So I will copy everything as it is. Obviously we need to create a new state in order to display or show the end date value. So over here we'll say show, let me undo this, show end date. Okay, and I will just copy this all the logic. I will paste for this end date. Instead of this, here we'll say show end date, and handle input change will be the end date, set end date, set show end date to false. Over here we'll change this to touchable opacity so that we can add on press event, and in this on press event we'll set the show end date to true so that we can display this particular date picker, and I think everything will be as it is. Okay, here make sure to change this end date, and okay, last thing, we need to convert this to format date for text. okay, by passing this end date. And I think so we are good. Now if I open this one and select the date, it will say okay, see, perfect. Now user can select any value which he want, and if you see, by providing the minimum value, it will only allow us to select the current date and then the day after that one. Obviously it will not allow you to select the previous day, okay, because it doesn't make sense to select that one. So that's how guys you can add the date picker. Now, and obviously we added this on handle input change, so automatically it is storing inside our form data as well. Now the last thing we need to implement is the reminder, okay, where user have option to add a reminder when we want to send a notification and all of this. So here we'll say set reminder input. Now for this reminder is similar like the date picker, only user have option to select the time. So let's copy, let's not copy everything, okay, but I will just copy this touchable opacity, so this view and touchable opacity, because the input field will be the same. And if I save this one, you will see we have this option, but instead of this calendar I will select the different icon. Over here I will select the time with this time outline icon, okay, and obviously the text will be different totally, so I will remove this text, and for now I will just add as a select time reminder time, something like that, okay, and I think that's pretty good. Now over here I will again add the same date time picker, so I will just copy this date time picker. So over here outside of this view as well you can just paste this one, and over here you can change the mode because we want only a time picker, right? Now this date time picker only allow to show, we want to add a state in order to show the time picker, so over here we say show time picker comma set show time picker is equal to use state, okay, and initially it will be false. I think I missed this bracket, and then this time picker only enable, so over here only when the show time picker is true, okay, and on the click of this particular input will set the show time picker to true, okay. Now on value change, so over here we'll say have method similar like this one, right? So over here if you see we have this on change, so let's copy this one, we'll paste it over here. For now I will just remove everything. Here we'll say set shows time picker on change method and save it. Now if I click on this one, it will, okay, so we have an error called the value. Obviously we need to provide a default value, so default value over here I will provide the form data dot reminder, otherwise we can show new date, okay, and let's try this out. And so if I click on this one, you will see the option to select the time. How beautiful, right? So that's how you can do that. Now whatever time you select, we need to again format that time, okay. So in order to do that, let's create a new method. So here we say export constant convert to time, or we'll say format time to this one. Obviously it will return the timestamp, so pass that timestamp, the similar like the date picker, and first thing we'll convert it into a specific date by passing the timestamp, and then we'll say time string is equal to date dot to local date string and we can provide the value. Okay, so you can provide the hour, and inside that we'll say 2-digit, and then minute as well as 2-digit, and then we'll return the time string. Okay, so basically it will return, for example, 9 a.m. or something like that, right? Now this format time we're gonna use in order to convert and save that in the specific format. So over here we'll say on handle input change, we'll say reminder, and format time method, and to this one we want to pass the timestamp from this native element dot timestamp. And in order to display the value, we want to simply use format data dot reminder, and here we'll say question mark. Perfect. Let's save this one. Let me close this one and return the application. Perfect. And if I click on new, add new medication, now if you see we have option to select the time and select some time, say OK, and boom, if you see we got the time, but also we got the date. So get rid of that one. So over here, instead of this two local date string, we need to convert this to local time string. Okay, now if I go over here and select the time, now you will get the specific time. Cool, right? So this is very important, so make sure to change this one, and obviously that gonna save it in our form data as well. Okay, now once user add all of this information, obviously it's time to save this one. So we need a button to save that. So simply after everything, so we'll add a button. So we'll say touchable opacity, inside that we'll say a text, and we'll say add new medication. Now let's add a style, and I will add a button style over here. We'll say padding to 15, the background color to colors dot primary, then we'll make a rounded corner, so border radius to let's say 15, and we'll give width to 100%. Now let's go over here, we'll just add a styles dot button. Perfect, right? Now if you see, I'm not able to scroll it, right? And that's because we did not add the scroll view. But in order to add a scroll view, you can just change this to a scroll view, right? And over here as well, you will change this to scroll view, save it, and if I let me refresh the screen once, so I will just type R in the console, so it will refresh it. And once it's loaded, if I go over here, still I'm not able to scroll it. Okay, so the reason is, let me undo everything. We need to add the scroll view to our parent component, so it means in index.jsx file. And let's add a scroll view to a parent component like this, and if I add that, I can able to scroll this one. Perfect, right? Now inside this add from medication, let's add some more styling. So after this button, I'm going to add button text style. In that we'll say a font size of 17, the color, let me add a color to white, then text align in a center, and save it. Now let's attach this style to this button text, and save. Perfect. For this button, we'll give some margin from the top, and save. Perfect. And if I scroll this one, now you have option to click this button as well. Okay, now once everything saved, right, or once you fill the form, and on the click of this add new medication, we want to save this data into a database, and that's why we are going to use a Firebase Firestore database, because it's completely free, easy to integrate, and most important, it's a NoSQL database, so you don't need to worry about the writing a complicated query or anything like that. And that's what we are going to see now. In order to save this information to the Firebase, first thing you need to do is to go to the Firebase console, and over here just search for the option called Firestore database. Now you have to make sure that this is enabled, okay, and then once it is enabled, you can have an option to add a collection. Now many of my application is already using the Firebase database, and it has a different collection. If you see, we have a lot of collection, but you can add your own collection for your application. Now let's go back over here, and if you want to know how to add the document, you can always go to the Firebase documentation, or you can just search Firebase add document to Firestore. Okay, you can just write a query on Google, something like that. Here you will find the documentation, which is obviously official documentation, and from here you will learn how to add it. Okay, now first thing obviously we need to define the Firestore. Okay, so let me close all of this tab, and first let's go to the Firebase config inside this config folder, and over here you need to define. So over here we'll say export constant db is equal to get Firestore, okay, from the Firebase Firestore, and over here provide the app reference. Now here you need to import that, so import get Firestore from the Firebase Firestore, okay, and save it. Now once you export this db, now you can use it throughout the application. Now inside your add medication, we'll write a new method. So over here we'll say constant add or save medication, and inside here we'll generate a document ID. Okay, so this document ID you can generate by just providing the timestamp. Obviously every time it will be unique, and make sure it is in the form of string. Now each of the document you have to add it into your collection, okay, and each document need to have the unique key. Okay, so make sure to add that one. Then I'm going to add a if condition, and over here we'll check. Okay, so over here we'll add if form data dot name. So let me refresh the screen first. So over here I think now I'm good. So it sometimes happen. So over here we'll check if the value user entered or not. So we'll say if form data dot name or form data dot type or form data dot dose or form data dot start date or form data dot end date or form data dot reminder. This all value need to be selected. Okay, if it's not selected, that's the reason I added this exclamatory mark, and then we can show alert. So make sure this alert from the, let me undo this one. So let's add alert from the React Native dot alert, and here we'll say add all, or we'll say enter all fields. Okay, and then we'll simply return nothing. But if user entered all the value, then we can save it. So let's add a try catch block. If we have any error, it will catch this error inside the E. Here we'll say console.log with an exception E, and inside the try block we'll say await set doc from the Firestore, and here we'll need to provide a document, then the DB reference. Now make sure you are exporting the DB reference. Okay, so in our case make sure to import this from the Firebase config file, and then once you provide the DB reference, provide the name of the collection. If the collection name is not there, it will create a new collection. So I added this collection name and then document ID. Okay. After this, you need to provide all the value or all the fields which you want to save. So from the form data, I just spread this out so that it will provide the each field with the value. Along with that, I want to provide the user email. Okay. Now this user email you can get it from the local storage. So over here we'll say user is equal to await get local storage, and here we'll say user detail. Okay. And once we have user information, obviously you can get the email from it. And also we'll say doc ID as document ID, because we already defined this document ID. Over here we'll make this as a async, and I think that's all we want. Okay, if you want to add any more fields, you can add it later on, and once it save it, that's all you need to do. Now if I try to click on this add new medication without filling these details, I'm getting warning or alert message saying enter all the fields. Obviously this condition is helping us to check all the fields are filled or not. Also make sure to add this an optional operator which is question mark, because even though if you don't have the field, it will not throw an error. Otherwise you have to add a try catch block. Now after this, let's add all the details, and I will say over here, let's say eyebrow pen, then let's consider as a capsule, just one capsule. After dinner, you can select the date or range from between start date and end date. So I will select this 7 days course, and then we'll select the reminder, let's say after 9 p.m. and set OK. And as soon as I click, okay, let's save this one. Okay, and as soon as I click add new medication, obviously right now we are just consoling saying data saved, right? So over here we'll observe, and if I click add new medication, you will say the it's saying data or a date saved, right? Now if I go back to our Firebase Firestore, here we will see the new collection created called medication, and inside that we have the new document, and then we have all the information along with each field. But if you observe over here, the end date and start date coming as a timestamp. Now in order to fix this one, let's go to the convert date time service file, and inside that we added this set hours, right, which converting to a timestamp. So even though if you remove this one and then save it, then I think it will work. Let's add it, click add new medication again, it's saying data saved, and over here, okay, so let me check. So maybe I think we need to refresh our application once. So I will just reload our application, and we'll add a new medication. Here we'll say paracetamol, then tablet, we'll say 2 dose. After lunch, select the date, and we'll select the remainder and simply click add new medication. As soon as we save it, it's saying saved, and then over here you will see the formatted date now. Perfect, right? So that's what we wanted. Now a couple of things we are going to add. When you click on add new medication, it's taking a second to, or a second or couple of seconds to save data to the Firestore, right? In meantime, we can show some kind of indicator that your data is saving or some kind of loading. So in order to do that, first we need to mention one state called loading, which help us to hold value whether it's loading or not. So by default I make it false. When user click on save medication, we'll save the loading, or we can set the loading over here as a true, and when it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Also, if you have any error, we have to make sure that we'll set the loading as a false. Also over here, once it is successfully, we can show the alert message saying uh, new medication added successfully. Okay, and over here you can also add a message and the title. Okay, so over here we'll say great. Okay, and then we have a message. Over here you can add a button as well. So maybe inside the text we can say text, we'll say okay, and over here we have the on press event. Either you can say you can console it or you can redirect it to the new screen. So if you want to redirect it, first you need to obviously add a router from the Expo router so that you can navigate to the specific screen. So over here we'll say router dot push and we'll navigate to the tab screen, the main home screen basically. Okay, and I think that's all we need, and then save this one. And whenever the loading is true, we can show the indicator. So in order to show the indicator to this button, right, the React Native has one component called active loader, I believe, activity indicator. It's called activity indicator, and it has a size property. You can mention large. It also has a color property. Over here I will provide white and then show that one. Okay, now obviously this activity indicator we want to only show when the loading is true, otherwise we want to show the text. Okay, as simple as that. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. So over here I'm gonna add medication name. Let's say I only know a couple of them, so I'm adding only that one. Let's select some dates and type, and when I click on add new medication, you will see this beautiful indicator, right? And then it's saying great, new medication added successfully. If I say okay, it will redirect you to the home screen. How cool, right? So that's how, guys, we you need to implement, because once you user redirect to this home screen, we are going to fetch all the medication list for that particular date. That's what we are going to see next. But before that, make sure you are able to add all the medication, and make sure once you are adding that, it is also make sure to save it inside the Firestore so that later on we can fetch it. Now over here make sure the username is there. Okay, because depends on this username we are going to fetch all the records which belong to that particular user. Now before moving to the next section, we need to add the date range. Currently we added the start date and end date, but we need to add one more field which contains the array of the list between these two dates. For example, let's say we have the dates field, and in that dates field, obviously it's an array field, and in that one we have to add all the dates like 26, 27, 28 until 30. Okay, this will help us to filter the result on the home screen. Okay, so in order to add that one, let's go back to our application, and whenever user click submit after selecting start date and end date, we have to generate this all the date range. So this method we can write inside our service file, which is the convert date time, and over here I will just simply say constant get dates range is equal to, and we are needed to provide a start date and the end date. Now obviously I will convert this start date. Here we say just start is equal to moment, because we have this library called moment. Then for this one we'll pass a start date, and then we'll also format this one. And same thing I'm gonna do for the end date as well. And we'll create a empty dates array. Now over here inside the while loop, we'll simply add start dot is same or before. Okay, so it just checking if it's before end date, okay, then we'll simply push dates dot push, and in that one we'll push the start dot format, and we'll put this format d y because the same format we are saving the dates, right? And over here we'll say start dot add the next day, something like this. Okay, so every time when you add the data into the dates, obviously it will go to the next day and it will check this condition and so on, and finally we'll simply return the dates. Now this particular method we gonna call on the click of submit. So let's go to this add medication form where we have the method called save. So over here in save medication we're gonna call this one. So I will call constant dates is equal to, and simply let's call get date range method. Over here we need to provide a start date from the form data, so start date and end date as well. Okay, now once we have the dates, obviously if you want we can just console this, and once we have the dates we also going to store this one. So here simply you need to add this new field, and that's all, and save it. Now if it doesn't work, make sure to refresh the screen, because with the new Expo sometimes you have to refresh the application if you added new method, new route. Okay, so they might be fixing this bug, I'm not sure when, but yeah. And now I fill all the details and click add new medication. So right now if you see we got the empty value, that's weird, but if I go back to the list over here, we did not get the list, we have the dates but it's showing empty. Let's see what is the issue. So I will go back. So the problem over here, if I go to this convert date time, we are converting into a timestamp, right? And that's the reason when we pass the start date and end date to our method, it is in the form of timestamp. So we need to convert that into a proper time. Okay, so over here we'll just add a new date, and let's wrap this and this one as well. Okay, and then we convert it and save it. And now I added all the fields, and if I click, okay, let's change this name to, let's say, crocin, and we'll say it's a capsule for example, and click add new medication, and it's saying new medication added successfully. Now if I go back to our latest result, which the predicine we added as a crocin, if you see we have the date range, and this date range is between start date and the end date, and that's what you need to add this one. If you just select for the next 10 days, you have to make sure you will add all the 10 dates over here. This is important when you are searching any specific medicine in that particular day. Also, if you want to store it as a timestamp for the start date, end date, you can add that one. Over here, you just need to set the hours to 0, and then you can store it as a timestamp only. It's up to you how you want to do it. Okay, it's completely up to you that whether you want a timestamp or you want a proper date format. Now on the home screen, we are going to show this particular image at the top. Then after that, we need to show the date range. Now this obviously we need to generate it, and the first date will be the current date. Okay, so right now it's a 27 December, then this date should be there. Okay, and up to next 7 days, and then for each of the date we have the list of all the medicine come under that particular date with all the details. And now this particular empty state only enable or display when user don't have at least one medicine. Okay, otherwise you can show the dates with this image and the empty block if user don't have any medicine for that particular date. So first thing, let's display this image. So let's go back to our application, and I added the new image called medication.jpg, and in order to use this one, first we'll simply create a new component. So inside this component folder, we'll create a medication list.jsx, add a default template, and this particular component will add on the home screen. So on the home screen, so let's go to the tab index.jsx, and over here we'll add medication list. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously I will remove from this empty state from here, because we want to add inside this medication list. So let's go to the medication list. Over here we'll simply add constant made list comma set made list is equal to use state, and whenever we don't have any list, then we can show it. For now I will keep this empty state blank, and let's save this one. Now for this view, we'll add a style. Here we'll give a margin top to 25. Now first thing, as I told you, we want to show image. Inside that we'll accessing image from the local, so we'll use require assets folder, images folder, and then medication.jpg. So okay, so image is displaying on the screen. Let's give width and height. So we'll give width to 100%, height is of 200, and we'll also make border radius to 50, something like this. See how beautiful. Now after that, we want to show the date range, right? Now in order to generate the date range, we can simply add everything inside our convert date time folder. So over here, now this date range is different from what we want. So over here we'll say export constant get date range to display. Okay, now it's little bit different. We want to return the JSON object. So over here, first I will define date list is of empty, and we want to generate for the next 7 days. So simply I will use for loop. So for let I is equal to 0, I is less than equal to 7, and then I plus plus. So it will increment up to 7 days. Then over here we'll simply create a date list dot push. We'll push into that array of object, and over here we'll simply say a date field with moment dot add, and we want to add a first day. So we'll say a 0 day means the current day dot format, and we want to get only the day. Okay, so here we'll say day. So it will return whether it's a 25th or 27 or 28, something like this. Okay, now after that we want a day, whether it's a Tuesday, Monday, Sunday, whatever it is. So that day we can get it. So simply copy everything as it is, and only we need to change this format to small d. Okay, so it will return the Tuesday or something like this. So this is a day. Let me give a comma, and the last we want to give the proper format, the similar to our these particular dates. So for this one as well, let's copy everything as it is. Here we'll say formatted date, and to this one we'll say, we'll paste this one, just format will be L, something like this. Okay, and this will give you the result like 12th of 27 of 2024, and once we have the list, we'll simply return the date list. Okay, And this is how easily you can generate this array of object. Now inside our medication list, we'll call this method. So we'll say constant get. Oh, make sure it is exported. So it is exported. So I will just copy this and make sure to, I think we need to manually import. Service slash convert date time, then we have the get date. Okay, so actually this is just a method it's returning. So let's do one thing. So over here we'll say get date range list arrow function, and over here is equal to get date range to display, and then we'll get the information. For now I will just console it, we'll see whether we are getting the information or not, and this method we're gonna call inside the use effect. And then save it. Now if I go to the console, so if you see we have a date, we have a day, and then we have formatted date as well. Perfect. And this is the complete list. Okay, now this save this in one state. So over here we'll say date range comma set date range is equal to use state, and here we'll set it as a set date range and save it. Now we need to display this one by one, so we'll use Flatlist for that one. So let's add a Flatlist from the React Native. To this Flatlist we'll provide a data which is our date range, then the render item. So over here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Over here we'll add a view. Inside that, first thing we want to show a day, so simply we'll say item dot day. If I save this one, you will see the date, right? And after this we also want to show the date, so item dot date and their respective date, right? Now obviously you want this in a horizontal way, so for this flat list we'll provide horizontal as a true, and let's give some styling to this view. So over here we'll add styling date group, and for this one we'll give a padding. Let's import the style sheet first, and then once it is imported you can add a padding. Let's add a 10 and attach the style to this particular view. Then for this text, so over here day, we'll add a font size of 16, styles dot day, and we have the font size. Okay, let's make it 18, or let's make it 20. And for this one as well we'll add a style, styles dot date. So here we'll add a font size of 26, and we'll also add a font weight to bold. Perfect. Now over here we'll add a background color as colors dot we'll add a light gray, sorry, this need to be a light gray border. We'll see how it looks. I think this is much better. And we'll also make display as a flex and align item to be in the center. Perfect. Then we'll give a margin right to, let's say 20, so some space, and we'll give more padding and just make sure to round it the corners. So over here we'll say border radius to 15, I'll make it 10. I think margin right we can just give 10. Perfect. And For this flat list, we'll add a style. We'll simply add margin top to 15. Perfect. And if you see, it's completely scrollable. Let's remove this horizontal scroll bar. So here we'll say show horizontal scroll indicator to false. Okay, now it's gone. Now whenever you click any of this value, we need to make sure that we need to show is as a selected one, which we already implemented. So for that one, we need to add one state which will hold this. So we'll say selected date, then set selected date is equal to use state. Okay, and by default we want to add the current date as a selected one. So here we'll simply add a moment dot format, and then format will be dd/yyyy. Okay, and save it. Now we already have this format inside our object list, so we just compare it. So over here, in order to add a dynamic styling, let's wrap in a square bracket. Then inside the condition, we'll simply write item, let me bring this item dot formatted date. Okay, so I believe we use just one, so I will just change this to double T. So for if item dot formatted date is equal to selected date. So over here, my fault. So over here inside the bracket, we need to add a background color. Okay, depends on the condition. So over here, we can say formatted date. Okay, item dot formatted date is equal to the selected date, right? Then we're gonna add a background as a primary, colors dot primary. Otherwise, we'll keep the colors dot light gray border. Okay, and if you see, now this one is as selected, and that's why it's showing as a background with the primary. Same thing you need to do for this two value, because we want to change the color to white. So I will just copy this all the logic, and first we'll wrap in a square bracket. Then we'll add this condition, but instead of background color, we just want the color. And also we want to, instead of primary, over here we'll say white, and over here we'll say black instead of this gray border color. See, okay, let's do it let's copy this and add it for the date as well. Okay, so this is the conditional way that you can apply the styling. See, now whenever you select any other one, we have to make sure the other will get selected. So simply we'll change this view to touchable opacity so that you can able to add an on press event. So over here I will bring this down and we'll say on press set selected date with the item dot formatted date and save it. Now if I click on Sunday 29, see, it gets selected. Cool, right? So that it's time to fetch the data from the Firestore. Now if you go to the Firestore Firebase documentation, here you will see the documentation related to read the data. Now obviously you can even read a single document, as well as if you want to fetch a multiple documents, you can also fetch it, and everything you will find it inside this documentation. Now in order to fetch a multiple documents, that's what we want to do. You need to write this query. Okay, that's what I'm going to tell you how to do that, and then you can just display that list. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we'll create a new method. We say get medication list. Now to this list we are going to pass a selected date. Okay, and that arrow function like this. Over here inside this get medication list, we need to get the user detail. So here we'll say await get local storage and the user detail. because only for the specific user we want to fetch the data. We'll use this as a async. After this, we'll add a try catch block with an error E. So we'll console this error as well. Inside the try block, we'll write a constant query is equal to, or we can just say Q. Then query, make sure to import from the Firebase file store. After this, we pass the collection name. Again, make sure to import that, and the DB reference, which we already have from the Firebase config. After this, we need to provide the collection name. So obviously this collection name, the one which we created, called medication. And after this, we need to add a where clause. Okay, so only on if that condition matches, then only fetch the record. So first condition is user email. Okay, so we have to write field name, the operator which is equal to because we want to match it, and then we need to add the value. So in this case, user dot email. And if I save this one, and obviously we need to add one more condition, but before that I want to show all the result belong to this particular user email. So over here, now once we have this query ready, here we say query snapshot is equal to await get docs. Okay, because we want to fetch multiple documents, and then we need to pass the query. And once we have the query snapshot, here we'll say query snapshot dot for each the document, and then arrow function like this. Now inside the console, we'll simply add doc dot data. Over here, we will say doc id as doc dot id, and then let's add something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now this medication list we need to call inside the use effect, and over here we'll pass the selected date and then save it. Now let me go back over here, and if you see, we got all the document with the ID and the list of, or it means all the fields, right? But in this case, we only want to fetch the record which belong to this particular date. So we're gonna add one more condition. It's kind of and clause. Okay, so if you want to make and, so just add another where clause, and inside here we'll say dates, because from this field we want to get, right? So dates, the operator is, oh sorry, this need to be over here. Then the operator will be array contents, because we will check if that value is contains in the array or not, and then the value is as selected date. Okay, and then save it. Now as soon as you save it, and if I scroll down, now you will get the dates, and if you see that particular date only, and you are not getting any other value. Okay, so that's how you can fetch it. Also, you have to make sure before inserting the record, you will set the medication list as a empty, otherwise it will keep adding a duplicate value. And then inside this set made list, you need to push the value, or you can just try to not push, but over here we'll say previous value as previous value, comma the new value which is doc dot data. Okay, let's save this one, and I think we are good on this. Now we are able to save this medication list. Now it's time to display it. So just before this flat list, we are going to add one more flat list. To this flat list, we are going to provide a data. Inside the data, we'll add a made list, then the render item. So over here we'll say item index arrow function like this, and over here we'll create a new component to hold the item. Okay, so inside the component we'll say medication card item dot JSX, add a default template. It will accept the medicine, we can say. Let's save this value and make sure to import this component over here. So over here we will say medication card item. To this one we are going to provide a medicine and with a value item. Okay, and right now we have 3 values, so it's showing 3 times. Now let's go back to this medication card item where we have all the information. Now first thing, as per the mockup, we want to show the image. Now this icon, if you remember, we are already storing under the type section, right? Because we have the type as a capsule and the icon belong to that one. So simply I am going to add a view. Inside the view we'll add an image from the React Native, the source. And in this case, if you want to show the image from the URL, you just need to add a URI like this, and then we'll say medicine dot type dot icon. Okay, now if I save this one, it will not display it until and unless you provide the width and height. And boom, if you see, now we have the image value. So over here I will change this to, let's say, 16, so little bit larger. And for this particular view we'll add an external styling. So over here we'll say image container. Make sure to import this styling, sorry, the style sheet, and this image container I'm going to attach to this particular view. And over here we'll say add a padding of 10. Then we'll add a background color as white, and also we'll add a border radius to 15. And if I save this one, so this is how it will look like. Obviously the background is not displaying over here, but that's fine. Next we want to add the value, so let's wrap one more view. And under this we'll add another view to add the name of the medicine. So over here we'll say medicine dot name. See, after that we want to add a medicine dot when it want to take, and the last we want to add how many dose, right? So dose with, if you see, we have this dose value, but over here we're also gonna add medicine dot type dot name. So 2 tablet, 3 ml syrup. Now obviously I added this some fake data, but that's fine. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this view we'll say a sub container, and we'll make a display or make a flex direction as a row, because by default display it as a flex. For this view we're gonna add this styles dot sub container. Obviously for this particular view we'll add a style, but we'll say container only. And over here we'll add a padding of 10 for now. Let's attach over here, so style dot container. And also I'm going to add a margin. Okay, so for the flat list we can add margin. For now we can keep as it is. Now over here we'll make align item to be in the center. Okay, so not here actually, but maybe we need to add in sub container. Perfect. Now let's apply some styling to each of these one. So we can add style over here. So we'll say font size is of, let's say, 24. I'll make it 22. Then font weight to bold. For this main container I'm going to add a background color as colors dot light primary. I added new color code. Okay, Not sure how it looks, but we might can change later on. Okay, and we'll add a margin bottom, or we can say top, to 10. We'll add a border radius to 15, and for this sub container, or maybe for this image container, we'll add margin right to 15. So some space between these two value. Okay, for this vein, we'll add some style. So we'll say font size is of 14, or make it 17, and over here we'll say style with color as white. Okay, so how many syrup you want to take. Now on the right hand side we want to show a time. So simply outside of this view, we want to show a time. So here we'll say medicine dot reminder. So it will show the time. Okay, now over here we'll make flex direction as a row, and then we'll also make justify content space between, and after that we put this on the right hand side by specifying the space between. I think we are good on this one. I think here I can make align item to be in the center of the screen. Perfect. Now to this reminder, I also want to add the clock icon. So you can go to this icon. I will use this timer outline icon. So let's import this first, then copy this component in order to use it, and just add just before this reminder text. Perfect. Now for this view, let's add styling. So here we'll say reminder container. We'll add a padding of, let's say, 3, the background color as white, and border radius to 15. Let's attach this style. So over here we'll say style, styles dot reminder container. Okay, let's add some more padding. Or maybe 15. I think this is much better. And we want content in center. So align item to be in the center. Perfect. And for this reminder, we'll add some style. Font weight to bold, and font size to 20. Okay, now we can just decrease this to 10. I think 15 is much better, but not sure. It's spreading a lot. Over here, instead of 20, we can make 18. Perfect, right? And that's how our list is showing on the screen. So over here, I'm going to undo this one, and we'll just add a border width of 1, and then I'm going to add a border color as colors dot light gray border. Let's add comma over here, and perfect. See, something like this. Okay, I will keep the cleaner as it is. And next thing, obviously, once you have this information, let's add over here this one. Perfect. Now next thing, we want to focus on the click of any of these dates, we want to fetch the medicine or medications, depends on the dates selection. Okay, so for that one, obviously you can add touchable opacity over here, or either you can add directly to this medication cart item. So over here I will just wrap this particular component under this touchable opacity, and over here we'll add on press event, and simply I'm going to call get medication list, and we'll pass the selected date, because we already have the selected date when user click on any of this option. Let's save this one. If I click on, for example, 28, obviously currently each dates have this value. Maybe we need to refresh once. So my bad, actually we don't need to add over here. Let me undo this and we need to add when user select the date. Okay, so over here we'll add the get medication list, and then you can pass this value as well. Okay, and save it. And when now click on any of this value, okay, you will get the updated list every time. And if you see in the result, you can observe this. If I select it, see, it's getting changed. Okay, now obviously it's very quick. So one important thing you can do, you can move this medication list at the top, something like this. And if I click on this one, see, now you will see the refreshing window. Another important thing, you can add the activity indicator loader, okay, when it's getting refreshed. So for that one, we'll define one state called loading. Set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make this as a false. Now whenever user click on this medication list, we set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Also if I have any error, we'll set the medication loading as a false. And to this particular flat list, we have a method called on refresh. Okay, and also we have a method called refreshing. Now for the refreshing, we'll say loading, and on refresh we are going to call get medication list, and to this medication list we'll pass selected date. Okay, now if I open any of this value, you will see this activity indicator, right? And that's why we want to display that. Now let's consider for this first date we don't have any medication, right? And that's where we want to show the empty state. And in order to show that one, we can just add a condition. So over here we'll say if medication list dot length is greater than 0, then show this flat list. Otherwise you can show the empty state and save it, right? And if you see, now we have this empty state. Over here we don't have, but whenever we have the empty state, you will see this value. Now currently I am not able to scroll it or top or bottom, right? Because we want to wrap our complete component under the scroll view. Let's go to the index.jsx file, and this particular file we have the header and the medication list, right? Let me get this, and over here we'll change this to a scroll view, and this one as well, and save it. Okay, so we have an error length, so because we use just that length inside this medication list, so we'll add optional field, so you will not get this error anymore. But we have this warning or kind of error that it's saying the virtual list should never be nested inside the plain scroll view, right? It will not have problem when you are doing something like this, right? But in order to fix this particular error, what you need to do, let's go to this index.jsx file, and over here instead of using this scroll view, we are going to use a flat list, because inside the flat list we are again have the multiple flat lists, right? So we'll add a flat list, and let's wrap this flat list. Let me just add a data first as an empty value, then under the render item, instead of render item we'll say list header component, and inside that we'll put all of our view, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now you will not get any error or any warning message, and not only that, but you can easily scroll until the bottom of the screen. See, and obviously on the click of this add new medication, you can jump to this particular screen as well. How cool it is, right? And obviously you will get all of this information too. See, you can able to access all this data. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can display and fetch all the record from the Firebase Firestore in order to display it on the screen. Now over here, in order to add new medication, right now we don't have an option, right? And if you remember, we have added this setting button. Now instead of this setting button, you can change this to plus icon in order to add a medication, right? So for that one, I'm going to use the option called medic outline, or here we'll say, I don't know what is called, so we'll say medic outline. So we'll use this medic outline, and inside the header, so this is our header, and for this any icon I will just replace this to medic outline. See, something like this, right? And when user click on this one, we want to navigate to this add medication. So simply we'll add touchable opacity, and to this one we'll add on press event. Obviously on the click of that we want to navigate it, so we'll need to define router. Before that I will wrap this under the touchable opacity. Let's define a router over here. From the Expo router, and then simply you have to add router dot push, and here we'll say slash add new medication. Now obviously you have to make sure the name is same. Okay, so add new medication and save it. Now if I click on this one, it will navigate to add a new medication value. Perfect, right? I will just change this color to primary. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. So guys, that's how you need to add that one. Our home screen is now pretty much ready, right? And as I told you, if you come very first time, you will see this empty state and tell you to add the new medication. Now once user click on any of this medication, it will open a new model on the top of your screen, and on that one you will see some basic information. Also you have two options, one is to taken and one is miss. Okay, so that we can save the status whether you took this medicine or not into our database. Also you have option to close this model as well. Okay, so it's quite easy. And in order to add a model, you need to first add a new kind of route. We can say action model dot just action model, and inside that we'll create index.jsx file, add a default template. Here you can say medication action model. And now in order to make this as a model, you need to add that route inside your underscore layout. So here we'll say stacks.screen name is equal to action model, and inside the options you need to add a presentation as model. Okay, and then save it. Now once user click on any of this one, obviously we want to open that model. So it's similar like a route how you navigate it, right? So first thing, let's go to the medication list, because that's where we have on press event, right? So inside this medication list we already have this on press event. Here I add the on press. Obviously you have the router already. I think we don't have. Let's add a router. Let's define router over here. So we say constant router is equal to from the Expo router, so that you can easily navigate it. So over here we'll say router dot push, and here we'll say action model, and then save it. Now I will just refresh our screen once, so we'll make sure everything will be there as it is. And if you see, we have data. If I open any of this model, click on any of the item, it will open this model, and easily you can go back as well. Okay, now on this model, obviously we need to pass all of this information, right, instead of fetching from the Firebase or from the server. So in order to do that, we have already all the information. So simply I will remove this, and inside the push, inside the curly braces, you need to add a path name, and in the path name obviously you can mention the route where you want to go, and along with that you can pass the parameters. Now in order to pass a parameter, I want to pass all the fields from this item. So I will just add the spread operator so that we can pass it, and along with that one we also pass the selected date as a selected date, and that's all I think we want for now, and then save it. Okay, now let's go back to our action model, and here in order to accept this all the value, you can say let's say medicine is equal to use local search params, and if I console this value you will see all your value. Okay, now if I click on this value and if I go over here, you will see everything is printed along with the selected date as well. Perfect. Now let's add some information. So first thing, we'll add a style, and here I will add a React Native style, the external styling. So whenever you want, you can add the external styling or inline styling. It's completely depend on you. Here we'll say container, and we'll say padding of 25. We'll attach this container. Also I will make flex, not flex direction, but will make align items to be in the center and justify content in the center. Now inside the assets folder, I already add one assets called notifications.gif. Okay, so this is GIF file. So in order to display that GIF file, it's similar like an image. So over here we'll say require from the assets folder slash images slash notification dot gif, and then close the tag. Now over here we have this notification icon, but it's not moving somehow. That's fine. Let's add a style. Here we'll add a width of let's say 80 and height of 80. Also for this container, I will add a background color as a white and make sure to provide the height as 100%, so it will be in the center of the screen. See, perfect. Here I will make it 120, little bit larger. After this we want to add a date. Okay, so this date obviously we already have, so simply I am going to get it from the medicine dot selected date, something like this. For this one we'll add a style. We'll say font size of 18, little bit larger. Okay, I will keep as it is. Then we'll add another text for the reminder. Now this text will add a font size of 30. Then font weight will add a bold. We'll make this 38, little bit larger, and I think that's enough. You can change the color to colors dot primary. Okay, and after that we'll add a small text. We will say it's time to take. Okay, for this we'll add a style. We'll add a font size of 18. Perfect. Now after that we want to show which medicine you want to display. So for that one, if you remember, we already have the component created, which is the medication card, right? To this medication card, if you remember, we only need to provide the medicine value, which we already have. So over here we'll say medication card item. To this one we need to provide a medicine. That information we already have, and if I save this one, you will see this medication value. How cool, right? As you don't need to do any logic over here, right? Now obviously if I go back and open anything, you will see that value. Now it might be sometimes you cannot see this one because when you pass the object, right, or the items, right, it contains the object, and that object cannot be pass it as a completely JSON, so that you can fix it later on. We can do that. Okay, not big deal. And then the last important thing, we need to provide a to button. Now let's define a view. and inside the view we'll add a touchable opacity. Inside that we'll add a text, and here we'll say miss, and along with that one I also want to add an icon like a cross icon, so I will get that icon from our Ioni icon. So we'll use this close icon. So first let's import this Ioni icon, and then we'll use this component for the icon. Perfect. Now for this touchable opacity I am going to create a button. I will say close button. Here we'll add a padding to 10. We'll also make flex direction as a row. Also we'll give a gap to 6, and let's attach this styling to over here. So styles dot close button. Then we'll add a border width of 1. Then we'll make align item to be in the center. We'll add a border color as a red. Okay, we'll also add a text color red later on, but now first we'll make border radius to 15. Let's make it 10. And for this text we'll add a style. We'll add a font. Let's add font size first to 10, or not 10, but we'll make it 20, and we'll make color to red. Okay, and over here instead of black icon we'll make a red. Perfect. See, we have this beautiful button, right? Now we'll just copy this all of this information, but this is the we'll say success button. This is not actually close button, but that's fine. Okay, you can rename the value. Here we'll say success button. For the success button, again I will copy everything as it is, but instead of border and all, I don't want this border, so we'll remove this border, but instead of that one we'll make a background color, let's say green, and let's see how it looks. So this green color is quite weird. Let's pick some different green color. So we'll go to this color picker, select the green color which you want to use, copy this hex code, and simply go to the colors over here. We'll add a green, paste it, save it, so that you can use it. So now you can use it from the colors dot green. Much better, I think. And over here as well, so we'll say colors. Here we can make it white only. Perfect, right? Now our two buttons are ready. Let's bring in one line. So for this view, we can call it as a button container, and simply attach this style to this particular view. So style is equal to styles dot button container, and then we'll make flex direction as a row. Obviously here we'll give gap, and also we'll give margin top to 25. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our button also now ready. Now at the last we want to add a close icon button over here, so you can even without taking any action you can just close this one. And one more important thing, this need to be, we'll say, taken. Okay, and we want a checkbox, so we'll say check outline. So that need to be a check mark outline. Perfect. And last we'll add a close icon button. So let's go over here. So we'll use this close circle. Simply add over here. Obviously this need to be a button, so we'll wrap this in a touchable opacity with the on press event. We'll add it later on. Make sure to wrap. So over here just wrap it, and then obviously we change this font size to, let's say, 44. We want this at the bottom size, and this color will change this to colors dot gray. Okay, and we want at the bottom, so simply we'll add a style, we'll make position as absolute, and we'll say bottom to 25. Okay, and here we have this close button. Now on the press of this one, we want to go back to the previous screen. So first define a router in order to go back from the Expo router, and then simply add on press event, and here we'll say router dot back. Now if I close this, it will go back. If I open any of this value, now it's I have an option, and if I close, it will go back. Okay, so that's how it will work. Now most important thing, if I click taken, then it will save the data to our database, and that is very important, right? And obviously we are going to update the existing document, and in that one we're gonna add a new field called status. Now in order to save the user action, we are going to create a new method called constant. Here we'll say update action status, and it will take a status whether it missed or user taken the medicine. Now inside here we'll add a try catch block with an exception E. We'll just console the error if we have any error, and this need to be arrow, so function, perfect. And obviously from the Firebase you will learn how can we update the document. The most important thing, we need to create the reference of the document which you want to update. So we'll say document reference is equal to document, provide the database reference, then inside that you need to provide the collection name. So in this case the collection name is medication, and then we need to provide the document ID. Obviously this document ID you can get it from the medicine.doc ID, because inside our record we already storing this document ID. Okay, and obviously this document ID nothing but this document ID, so that is very easy to update. And once you define the document reference, simply you need to add await update doc. Make sure to import all of these methods. So then you need to provide a document reference, and we need to add a new field. Obviously you can update it every time, so we can call it action, and we need to push all the array of list inside the action, right? So over here we'll say array union from the Firebase Firestore, and inside that you can provide the status as a status, then so this need to be a status, perfect. After that you need to add a time. Okay, so time will be the time which you are taking the medicine. So obviously this will be a moment dot format, and we'll format LT, which will give you a specific format, time format. And then last important thing is date. So over here obviously we'll provide a medicine dot selected date, because we have to make sure this particular date we're gonna save it. Okay, and we'll make this as a async, and then let's save this one. Now this particular method we're gonna attach to both this button, called one is miss and one is taken. So over here we'll say on press, call this method, and here I will pass the status as miss. Same thing, I will copy and paste it for this taken button, but status will change this to taken. Okay, I will just make sure to refresh this window once. So I will just refresh our application, and now if I go in any of this and click, obviously once you taken, right, it's saving our data, but along with that one I am going to show alert message with the status. Here we'll say response saved, and then I'm going to add a button with a text OK, and then we'll add on press event, and we'll simply add a router dot I will just replace it, okay, and we'll navigate to the tab so that we'll get the latest updated data as well, okay, and then save it. Now if I click taken, okay, let's click taken button, and then it's saying it taken, response saved, and if I click OK, it will redirect it to the home screen. Now if I go back to that particular document, so I think this is the, I'm not sure which document we saved, so this is the document, and if you see inside the action, this is the list of array, okay, and the first array is the date with the status and the time. Cool, right? Now this is very important because if I go to the 28 and check in this particular document, then it will add that new action to this particular action button. Cool, right? Let's try this one. Let's go over here. I will say taken, and boom, if you see, the new record get added for the date 28, and that's why we want that. Okay, now the next thing, obviously once user redirect to the home screen, we need to show which medicine user already took, right? And we need to show with some kind of indicator. So in order to add an indicator, I'm going to add one view over here, and inside this view we'll add a icon. Let's go over here. We'll add two icon, one for the check. So this check mark icon, we can add it. So we already have the icon, so we'll just use this one, okay. And if you see, this icon get added over here. Obviously I will add a container, so we'll say status container. Here we'll make a position as absolute, then we'll make top to 5, and I will add that over here. So styles dot status container, okay, something here, and obviously we'll add some padding as well. So padding to 7, perfect. And the color, we're going to change this to a green color, so simply we'll say colors dot green, okay. But right now obviously it's showing for all, right, and we need to only show to that medicine which is already taken. So we'll create a new method over here. So we'll say constant check status, and this method will check whether user already taken or not. So over here we need to know which date user selected. So for this one, we'll add a selected date. The default value I mean passing as empty, but if I go over here and to this medication card item where we use in a medication list, to this one we are going to pass a selected date as selected date, because we already have selected date, right? So that date we pass over here, and now with the help of that selected date, we will just check whether user took the medicine or not for that particular date, okay. So in order to find that one, you can just add constant, we'll say data is equal to medicine dot action dot find, and here we'll simply add item dot what is the field name, date, okay. So here we'll say date is equal to selected date, okay. If that matches, obviously we'll just console dot log data. And one more important thing, I will gonna call this method. Either you can call it or we can call inside the use effect just to check. So over here we'll call this check status method only when the medicine information is available, okay. And inside the console, if I go to this console, so right now we are getting undefined, and if I console it, if you see, for some record it's showing it's taken. See, now for 27, obviously out of we have 3, and for 3 for 1 medicine we are getting the result, right? Now let's save this in one state. So constant status comma set status is equal to use state, and here we'll say the status as a data, and over here we can show if status and let me get some field. So if status dot date, if it's there, then only show this particular view. If I save this one, let's test this out. So I will add and operator just to verify. And if you see, only this medicine is have the record or a status. If I go to 28, obviously 28 also have this taken, so that's why it's showing this check mark, right? But along with that, we have to make sure that whether it's a miss or it's a taken, right? So it means we need to show whether it's a checkbox or whether we want to show other one. So checkbox means a user taken that medicine, and cross means user did not take the medicine. So in order to define that, right, so over here we'll add status dot action is equal to taken. If that is the option, then we want to show this one. Otherwise, we can add one more condition. If status dot action is equal to miss, right, then we're gonna show the different icon. Let me copy the same icon for now, but I'll close this tag. Okay, so over here we'll say and only, and I'm gonna we'll say cross over here, or let's say close. Okay, we'll use this icon, close circle, and here we say close circle, but color I'm gonna add as a red one directly. Okay, and save it. Perfect. So still something is not there. So okay, let's see the action. Okay, so this need to be action dot status, and this need to be also status, because inside the status we say we are saving the value. Okay, let's add an optional field, save it. Okay, still we have some issue. Oh, so this need to be just status and action, so you don't need to provide the action over here, just status of status. And if you see, now it's showing check mark. Perfect, right? Now let's say you go to the APCD and you click at miss. I will redirect to OK, and now it's showing as a miss. But if I go to the 28, we have this medicine, but it's not showing cross, because for 28 you did not took the medicine yet, right? Only for this one you took the medicine, and that's why it's showing over here. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can add the user status action, whether user took the medicine or not. And also, main important thing, you have to display whether it's already taken or not. Okay, so that's how, guys, you need to add it. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to display the history page. Now history page will be similar like the home page. Only difference is we are going to show the previous 7 days information. Obviously, whatever the data we have, with that data only we are going to show the old history, whether user taken or not. Okay, it will look like similar to this home page, and that's the reason we are going to use the existing defined component, and we're gonna reuse that one in order to show the on the history page. So first, let's go back to our project, and over here we already have the page called history. Okay, so let's go to these tabs where we have the add new. I renamed this to add new. I think we can change this to history, and I will also rename this to history, because initially we renamed this to we added as add new, right? So I will change this to history, but in under the underscore layout tab as well, make sure to update this to history only. Okay, and if I go just make sure to refresh this, and if I go to this history page right now, it's showing as a text called history only. Now let's add some styling. So I will add some external styling over here. Let's add a style sheet, and to this one we'll add a style. Let's add a main container, and we'll add a padding of 25. Also we'll add a background color to white, and also let's add a height to 100%. Now let's apply that style. So styles dot main container. Perfect. Now inside that, first I'm going to show the image. So here we'll say image. Now obviously let's just add an image, React Native. Over here we'll say source, then require because we are fetching from the local, and then we'll add from asset slash images slash add a new image called made history dot png. Now let's add width and height. So over here we'll add image banner, I will say we'll add a width of 100% and then height to 200 and border radius let's say 15, and let's attach this style to this particular image. Perfect. Okay, below to this one I'm going to add a text, and we can call it as a medication history. Over here we'll add a style, so over here we'll say header, and we'll add a font size of 25, font weight to bold, and let's simply attach over here. So style dot header. Also give some margin from the top. Perfect. Now after this we want to add this all the dates option. So in order to add it from the medication list, I will just copy everything from this flat list and simply paste it here. Right now make sure to import the flat list and touchable opacity, and obviously we need to define the date get medication list. For now I will just comment this out and make sure to import the colors as well. So these colors, and let's define the selected date. So I will just copy the selected date from here, paste, and in order to get the date range, right, we need to define a state. So we'll define a state date range, but we need to get it previous 7 days, right? And for that one I already wrote one method inside the convert date time called get previous date range to display. So we'll call that one. So here we'll say get date list first, and we'll say constant dates is equal to get previous date display over here, and we'll say date range to dates. Perfect. Now this get date list we need to call inside the use effect. So it's similar like a member list, okay, but we are adding it for the history page, so that's why we are rewrite everything. Okay, now save this one and go to the history page. So we have an error. So okay, use state is not defined. Let's define this one. And what else we have error? The moment. So where we use moment, so let's add that. So from here we need to add that, and I think this is how it display. Obviously we need to also copy the styling, so we forgot to add a styling, so I will just copy styling everything as it is inside our history page. And boom, if you see, now we have the all the dates. Perfect. Another important thing, obviously we need to provide the padding over here. So let me undo this one because we have this image banner and header. So I will just copy the inside information only. So for now I will remove this height. So that's how it looks. That's pretty good. And okay, so now if you see, I can able to select the dates as well. Pretty good, right? Now next thing, obviously we want to show the all the medication list, right? So obviously you can just copy this medication list logic as it is, and then inside the history just paste it here. Okay, I don't think so you need to do anything over here, but you have to make sure you will copy all the import statement. So I will just copy everything as it is and I think let's import it one by one. Okay, that will be good option. So first we'll define the loading state. That's what we define, is equal to use state. Initially it will be false. Then add the get local storage. We want made list, so over here let's define the made list. Then add query, the collection, database, then where, then get docs, then what else we need. I think that's all we need. Okay, and then call this particular method inside the use effect and pass the selected date and save it. And if you see, we got the data as well. Perfect. Now only thing that we need is pending is to display. So from the medication list, if you remember, we also have the Flatlist, which help us to display the medication list. Okay, just paste that one and make sure to import this medication card item. Okay, that is very important, and then save it. Okay, so empty state also need to import, so I will import the empty state and save it. And now if you see, we have the result. Okay, sorry, not here but in the history. See, okay, obviously if I go to this old dates, it's not working because we remove this method call. So I will uncomment this one, and if I select any dates, we don't have for the old dates, but if I have for 27, you will see the history. Cool, right? And this is our home page, this is our history page. How cool, right? So that's how you can add that one. Now obviously in the history page it doesn't make sense to show the empty state, so over here we'll just say we'll add a text, we'll say no medication found. Over here I will give a style, font size of 25. Okay, over here, and also we'll add a padding to 30 and font color also, let's add font weight to bold, but we'll change the color to colors dot gray. Perfect. We'll make text align to be in the center, and that's what we want to do. I think we are good on this part. Now one more last important thing we need to do is to wrap this inside the flat list, so that we can able to scroll it. Okay, so I will add this, and over here we'll say list header component, and inside that we'll simply add this view. Okay, so we'll need to add all of this. And save it, so that you can able to freely scroll it. And let's try to add a style. Over here we'll say a background, not background but height to 100%, and let's add a background color white. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you need to implement it, and it's quite easy. Obviously you can create a component for each of these section, and then you can reuse that one as well. Okay, because we added this history page later on, that's why we are not able to create a component, because otherwise it will be very confusing for you guys. Okay, so and if you see, it's showing last 7 days history as well. How cool. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now our application is almost completed, and I also added the profile screen. If I go to this profile screen here, the basic information and some option I added, and over here obviously if I go to this profile.jsx file, under the tab you will see the menu options along with that icon and the path on which on the click of that it will navigate to. So everything I mentioned and I just displayed is very simple. If you want to access this page, you can access my source code as well. In that one you will find all of these applications source code and all. Okay, Now, next part we want to do is to update the splash screen of this particular application. Now, if I reload our application, you will see this default logo, right? And we want to replace it. So I already downloaded one of the logo. So I will just copy this one, and then inside our assets folder, let's go to this assets images folder. I'm gonna paste it over here, okay? And then we'll just rename this to logo.png file. Now, once you add this logo, if you see this beautiful logo I created, just close this one and go to the app.json file, okay? Now, inside the file, if you see, the first thing you need to update the icon. So which is obviously instead of icon, I will change this to logo. Then after updating icon, you also want to upgrade this foreground image to, I will change this to logo. Then favicon, you can change this to logo as well. Then the splash screen.png over here, we'll change this to logo.png, and I think that's all, okay? And then save it. Now you might be restart your application, but first try to reload this, and if you see, it's updated with our own icon. Cool, right? It will also update in your Expo application. When you start your Expo Go application, you will see your icon, okay? So that's how easily you can update the splash screen. Now, in order to build your application and deploy it on an App Store or Play Store, you need to generate .aab file for Android, okay? And .ipa for iOS, okay? Now, in order to generate both the files, there are obviously couple of ways that you can generate it. So let's consider the two different way to generate the file. The one with the help of EAS, okay, which is managed by the Expo, and you don't need to worry about anything. You just need to run couple of commands, and then Expo will manage and build your application. But the problem over here is you need to wait for a queue for a long time. Sometimes if you want to build it, you need to wait for 2 to 3 hours to generate your APK file or your Android iOS release file, and that's a very headache, okay? If you want to build it on a platform like ES and you want to build APK immediately, then you need to buy a plan of $100. Again, that is not efficient way. So another way that you can do it is with the help of, let me copy this, with the help of locally, okay? So you can build your application of .apk file, .aab file or .ipa file locally and without using ES or Expo build, okay? And today in this tutorial, we are going to see how you can build the executable file or .apk file, okay? Now in this case, we are generating .apk file so that you can install it on your actual device, okay, by just sharing this apk file with your friends and family. But if you want to know how to generate .aab file or .ipa file, so let me know in the comment section. Okay, so let's go back, and first thing you need to do is go to this Expo documentation, okay? So go to the home, then we have this setup environment. Over here you will find how to set up your basic environment, right? Obviously this is the basic thing that you can do it. So make sure to select this development build. Then over here, if you see, in order to go with the ES, okay, you need to follow this all the steps. Now basic thing we need to do, first we need to copy this npm command, okay, and we need to install this ESCLI. That is very important, guys. So if you are using Windows, then it's very straightforward, just install it. But if you are using the Mac OS, so you have to add the sudo and then the command, okay? It will ask you to enter the password and then it will install with an all required permission, okay? So make sure to do that one. Then you need to sign up to this Expo account. If you don't have, make sure to sign up it, and then just log in that one. And it's up to you whether you want to do it or not, okay? Now next thing, just turn off this one, okay? Now it will tell you how can you do it locally, okay?
you don't need to use ES for that one. So for Windows, very straightforward. You just need to run this command. That's all. For Mac OS, you need to install the Watchman and the OpenJDK. Okay, and then you need to set up this particular path. You can do it directly through the terminal. Then for the Windows and for the Mac OS, you need to follow the respective step. Okay, but for the Mac OS, you have to open this SDK. You can get the you can just copy this SDK path and set up the environment variable. Okay, they already mentioned how to do that. And then last, you need to install this Expo dev client, and that's all you need to do at this point. Okay, so make sure to follow this step, otherwise you might get error when you are building the APK file. Now next thing, I think we already installed the ESCLI, so you don't need to worry. But if you want to build an APK file, okay, just go to this particular documentation. I will share the link in the description as well. Over here, you need to copy this content in your es.json file. So first time you might not have this particular file, so just create this file and copy this content. So inside the root directory, we'll create eas.json and simply paste this line of code. Okay, now over here, if you see inside the preview, it mentions the build type as a APK. Also, if you enter execute the preview 2, it will generate the release and so on. So right now, in order to run the build, right, you just need to run this command es build android profile preview. Okay, now preview will get the APK file. If you write preview 2, it will give the release file. Now copy this command and inside your terminal. Okay, before that, I just want to make sure that inside the app.json, you have the slug name mentioned. Okay, that is very, very important, guys. And one more important thing, I think, let's try over here. So let's save this file first and then run the command. We'll see whether we are getting error or not. And make sure to provide -- local. Okay, so it will build locally on your machine, and then click enter. Once you click enter, it will say, would you like to create an ES project with this particular name on the Expo Go? Say yes. Okay, then it will create a project for us. And then over here, you need to give the package name. This is again very important, and just provide the package name. So here we'll say com.tubegurji.medicine tracker. Okay, and then click enter. So okay, so I think I don't need. Okay, let's run it again because we cannot add the dash over here. So here we'll say medicine tracker. Okay, and click enter. Now once you click enter, it will ask you, do you want to generate the key store? So say yes. Okay, it will automatically generate the key store, so you don't need to manage and generate it by yourself, because generating key store, again, it's need a lot of execution of the command, so we'll avoid that one. So if you're getting this warning message and error message, for now just ignore until unless it's finished completely. Right now, if you see the Grander is downloading, that is good. Okay, so it's completed. We'll wait for few more minutes. And if you see, our build is now successful. Now, if in order to find this build APK, you can just check it inside your root directory, and over here you will find this APK file. Okay, but if you don't want to create APK and you want to create AAB file, okay, then you can execute this preview 2, or you can also have the command, just say not this one, because this will generate the APK file, but you can just provide the preview 2 over here, and it will generate the .aab file as well. Okay, now next thing, you can directly share with your email or with your friends. You can directly install it, not only here, but you can also install this particular, just dragging this inside your emulator, and then it will install this particular APK file. How cool, right? Now, talking about the publishing this APK, you can either publish on a Play Store, okay, on an Android, for an Android device. For that one, you have to pay $25 one-time payment method, where you can upload unlimited application APK file. Okay, but on the for the iOS devices, for app store, you need to pay $99 every year. Okay, here $25, I think it's one time, and $99 every year. So it's up to you. You can get anything you want to learn. How can we publish it on a Play Store, App Store? Let me know in the comment section. I'm going to create a member only video for you guys. Also, if you still want to share with your friends, then you can use a Firebase distribution option. So if I go to this Firebase console, here we have build, and over here you will see this app hosting, or not app hosting. Okay, yeah, I think that's app hosting only. Go to this app hosting, and okay, instead of not app hosting, it's an app distribution. Okay, so go to this run and app distribution, where you can distribute your application with your tester, with your friend, just to test your prototype. Okay, so click on get started, and over here, once you click on the get started, you can just drag your APK and AB file, and then you are good to go. I just uploaded, so it's uploading right now, and if you see, you can able to upload it successfully. You can add the tester name over here, and or even you can copy this link and share it with your friends, so that they can easily can download this particular APK and test it on an Android device. Same thing you can do it for the iOS device as well. Okay, now next thing, if later on you want to update, you make some update to your Expo application and want to generate the APK, you have to follow same thing. Only thing that you need to also consider that you make sure to update the version. So inside the app.json file, update this version. Okay, and make sure not to change any package name or anything like that. So that's how guys you can generate the APK. Obviously I will keep this demo applications URL in the description, so that you can also test this out.